Hello, y'all. Welcome to another Sunday. Kev, and this is Black Men Being Brutally Honest, which, uh, I don't even know what to say. All I know right now at this point is that I'm swimming in shark infested waters at this point. No, I'm not bitter or anything, so I don't want to come off as bitter. But it seems as if someone is having an unsub party with me, and many people can say, "Hey, you know what? YouTube is clipping your subs." They had this funny way of doing it, but and I shouldn't even tell these people. Yeah, I shouldn't even tell you this, but I've lost 10 subs since last night's broadcast. And what I'm here to say to anybody else who may be thinking about unsubbing because I stand on what I said last night is like, why are you involving a white woman in a discussion in a black relationship discussion? If you want to continue to leave, I can show you the door. It's not that hard. There's just go hit the subscribe button and it'll give you an option unsub from this channel, because honestly, I don't think that many people who join this channel for whatever circumstance, I don't know if you sub for the right reasons. There, I just lost another one. I'm good. I'm good on y'all. If you were here just to hear me trash a certain group of people, broadcast in, broadcast out, this was never the right channel for you. It wasn't. So I mean, and just it it really gives heed to the topic tonight. You only get one chance to screw up, black man. We do the slightest thing wrong, people discard us, and that's not a good feeling to carry around. Some will be in denial about it, but hey, you you motherfuckers know that you go in life, uh, uh, you know, just you go through life skating on thin ice, and you're not ice skaters. Hmm. I tell people every night, when you don't give up, you win. I tell them every night, and I mean that. You know, you hear about success stories every night or every day of your lives of people who haven't given up. We have to stick. We have to stick in there just to see if we're the ones that's going to be that success story, because you never know when you give up. And not saying that YouTube can be is your success story, because it can't be a success story for everyone. That's unrealistic as fuck. But I know this: if you're a black man and you find success on YouTube, I know that you'll have more of your people against you than you have for you. I know that much. And ain't nobody gonna step on this panel and prove me wrong. None of you. Let me shout out the chat. Phil Brad was here earlier. Dane One was here earlier. Toya's in the building. Hurry up and buy D Rock Den. What is up? And I always rode for this space. I did. I always rode for it, and it just seems very disappointing. It's like the more you ride for this space, it's like the more of a detriment that it presents. And it ain't because of some butthurt white motherfucker that'll come in your comment section. I know how to handle them. Shoot. Y'all don't. What y'all do, y'all get in praise fest. 10 people because I said a white girl didn't belong. 10 unsubs because I said a white girl didn't belong. Let me tell you something. Tell all of you something. Every black man that screws with white women that they're not serious with know that white girls are for fun. Sometimes it's to your detriment, like your boy that we gonna talk about tonight. Doesn't mean that he's gonna stay away from all of them, but hey, just be another cautionary tale. And yeah, because of who he was fooling with, he has been dick policed quite a bit. But just thinking about the whole situation and all of that, it just furthers my disappointment. It does. But why should anybody care? I'm only one person. But let's talk about something else for a minute before I get to Mr. Johnathan Majors and um, what he has been accused of and what looks like he's about to be cleared of everything based on tons of new info. But see, a lot of you motherfuckers wanted him to be guilty anyway. You know, and I always try to throw all these things, at the disrespect and the hatred of what the black man experiences every day. Let's just say the scope of social media. I don't say this as a victim. I say this because it's true. The disrespect of black men as a collective should not be tolerated, but it is. It is. If you don't believe that, you're in fucking denial. And I'm sorry. It's just like, I'm still sick of it. It's something I ought to say you should be used to, but hey, it's a tough thing to get used to. And I don't think any black man wakes up on a day to day basis saying, hey, you know what? I want to go to certain places on the internet, certain places in the media, and certain places in my real life and get disrespected. I don't think any black man does that. I don't care what his position in life is. And I try to convey those messages through my own personal experiences and what I observe on a day to day basis. I try to. But, it's my interpretation, it's my perception. One thing about all these perceptions and all these perspectives that we give is that they can be easily dismissed by any and everyone who are not willing to accept it. And then here comes this reasoning like like everyone knows what's inside your head. Oh, they just think this because they can't get no pussy. They just think this because they got mommy issues. Always trying to negotiate the reason instead of actually listening. And that's one of the biggest problems that we have. Of course, when you listen, you're going to hear some things that you don't like. I mean, shit. So, I got 3 black men up here. Is examples of what I be talking about. Shit. Y'all ready to throw Johnathan Majors away. Y'all were ready. You guys were ready to do that. Because of what I explained last week. A woman can say anything and destroy a man. That's just how it is. I'm not gonna sit up there and make somebody look like the patron saint of everything that's good when you have all these bad things that exist. It's not for me to sit up there and pacify you, a full grown adult, This is just what it is. You can destroy someone with a lie, depending on who you are. People say all kinds of just dirty, trashy, harmful, creepy things about you just because you off minding your own business. For those of you with children, are you preparing them for that? I had a lot of bullshit thrown at me last week about how my daughter might sink into, certain things, and it was being looked at from a sexual aspect. But damn, it's like motherfuckers act like you can't prepare your child for what's to come out here in this stupid ass world. Cruel for nothing. Like the fuck, shit that could easily be avoided. Now, before it came out that that Johnathan Majors, you know, had video evidence and all these people willing to come to bat for him and say that he was a victim in all this. What did I say? Innocent until proven guilty. What's going on, Celestial Armor? Yeah, her up and by, unfortunately. That's how most people think. Hmm. They wanted to be mad at this dude. Update: Major lawyer confirmed that a woman in question has recanted her statement about being physically assaulted. She had to. If it wasn't on video, your boy career would have been over, just like that. And this is what black men have to worry about. Not only how we move to avoid things like this, but why it can happen like this. The army already dropped him from recruitment ads because it's always believe him first. Shoot, don't give brother a chance to exonerate himself. Just listen to what the fuck they gotta say. Believe all women. A woman scorned. And please, 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 no, none of you better not say nothing to me about no damn bug dancing or the way he take pictures or anything. Cause after this shit right here, I don't want to hear from none of y'all niggas. Say what you want. Say what you want. Say what the fuck y'all want. But yeah, I even show you what I posted last night. Johnathan Majors, innocent until proven guilty. Anything to take a black man down. Anything. And y'all think I'll just be up here just be sounding crazy. Nah. Nah. This is how you motherfuckers do. And this is and this is why y'all have such a time trying to convince successful brothers to stay. Because of shit like this. Meanwhile, Ben Roethlisberger in the NFL was accused of sexual assault multiple times from the news. The news said nothing. I hate America, the hypocrisy. I hate the media. This is what the media pushes. Any and let's go ahead and say this. Anything that promotes the masculinity, which is a really funny thing to say when it comes in the case of Johnathan Majors. Anything that promotes masculinity, black masculinity, they want to crush it. And a lot of us are helping them out with that. A lot of us black folks wanted to throw Johnathan Majors away. And it was mostly because of his dating choices. And some of you are probably gonna be like, well, Kev, if you are mad about just pearly things, why are you defending this guy's dating choices? Why are you defending him being with the white woman? Not exactly defending him, but I refuse to dick police. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna make this the dick policing channel. A lot of you people in the space have clearly made your decision as to who you're going to align with. What aligns with your thought process the most? And a lot of y'all just champion this whole dick policing narrative. Well, he's learned his lesson with her, hasn't he? Celestial armor, pale dudes, countless of them, all kinds of charges, and TMZ won't go on a crusade. So Chris Brown brought this up recently. Yeah, I brought this up about Johnathan Majors. How many times, like last night even, how many times Chris Brown has been lied on ever since that thing with Rihanna? They still try to bury him. And him and Rihanna's buried the hatchet since then. Why do people still care? Because when you're a black man, you only get one chance to screw up. Hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power is in the house. Shoot, Charlie Sheen infecting folks with HIV. DJ Kid. Shit, Chad Wheeler. The guy who off the fentanyl queen, Lauren Smith Fields. Where's all the outrage? People still act like they don't know who Roy Bryant is. You know who Roy Bryant is? Someone who got treated with way less vitriol than Kevin Samuels. Roy Bryant was the guy who actually killed Emmett Till. Everybody always brings up Carolyn Bryant. Hmm. Robert Chambliss. Y'all know who Robert Chambliss is? Who knows who Robert Chambliss is? Robert Chambliss. Who knows that name? Let me type it out for you guys. I'll put it in the chat. It's a real, because you niggas don't respect your history. You rather get mad at the old niggas like me. The old niggas. The old niggas. Robert Chambliss. Robert Chambliss. I'm gonna give about 10 seconds for someone to type it in the chat. Don't worry about it. I ain't trying to spike nobody. I'm doing this for the listeners. I mean, shoot, you can Google it if you want. Okay, 10 seconds are gone. Robert Chambliss is the guy that bought the explosives that bombed the church in Birmingham, Alabama. The church that killed the 4 black girls. Outspoken introvert bombed the church. Yeah, he got it out before I even said it. Yeah, Robert Chambliss bombed the church, and yet you don't ever hear his name. I think he even after he was acquitted, he even went to an autograph session at a Klan rally, bragging about how he planted the explosives that killed them 4 little girls. Mm. We have no elders, really. Shoot. Tie dye black asses. I'm just playing. Uh, yeah, man. But I'm not here to lecture you. This is that black people wanted to throw this man away quick. Why? I mean, are we trying to be Illuminati conspiracy theorists because he takes pictures a certain way? I told y'all why that was. Let me show you earlier pictures of Johnathan Majors. Maybe it'll clear it up a little bit for you. Yeah, this is young Johnathan Majors. Black men being brutally honest. I bet that baby's pappy. What's going on? I bet they forgave him too. Shoot. But anyway, told y'all motherfuckers need to wait till the facts come out. Told y'all. I mean, I never doubted him for a second. I always put that kind of thing in the I could be wrong category. I could be wrong. He could actually be guilty, but hoes lie. Hoes be lying, man. Black Twitter couldn't wait to send him up the river. Hmm. A lot of older black men are the reason our community is a hellscape. Older black men didn't stand up to misandry young black men do. Yeah. They refuse to believe in its existence and then to try to tell the younger men not to say anything. And we have a lot of, believe me. Yeah, prepper 101. I kind of said that as a way to self reflect. Yeah, shoot. I've also said with in response to this comment up on the screen, that's like a lot of our dads were blue pilled. A lot of men would rather not argue. We rather not argue. Is and a lot of us men are bothered by the whole concept of argument. They rather not be bothered. And I get it. You don't want the stress. You already have to deal with the stress of everyday life, living and existing as a black man. I mean, we know not to use it as our excuse for failure. I wouldn't recommend it, but at the same time, when you know those conditions exist, and with that being said, because those conditions exist, a lot of black men put up an extra big effort to not, you know, argue with their women because on that side you have a bunch of people who have been conditioned to basically say what they want to say, do what they want to do. How the hell you guys think this happened? I know y'all heard about this. Well, I know y'all heard about this, and I listened to the full 10 minutes. I watched it, and then the screen went dark, and I had to listen to it. It's one of the most excruciatingly sad things I have ever listened to. Yeah, this is the person. If you give reverence to titles like man and woman, I wouldn't call her a woman exactly. I call her a monster. She tried to. Well, I get her husband and her. I guess her husband finally decided that he wanted to leave. that he was done. She puts all her business on Facebook from a lot of the screenshots that I've seen. I didn't have too much time to put this together, but I can pretty much tell you what happened. So she goes on Facebook Live, shouts at him, yells at him, argue with him, hit him. He's trying to leave. The mother is in the background instigating the situation further, egging it on, and for some reason or another, she pulls out a gun and shoots him and kills him. The really horrible thing about it was in front of their children, very young children. Yeah, sound like brother was in an abusive situation. And then like there are people out there. She put up a screen she put up a Facebook post saying that he was bisexual or something like that. That she was being cheated on with another dude, which could be a lie. Anybody willing to put that shit on Facebook Live? Uh-uh. The brother that killed his woman on Facebook Live, we give that brother a chance. So fast forward, we got this now. Oh, shoot, I read her name, but I forgot her name. So I mean, I just call her the piece of shit that shot her husband in front of her kids on Facebook Live. And once you hear them kids crying, unless you a heartless motherfucker, you feel some kind of pain listening to that. And yeah, she started screaming like she started screaming like you hear her say, "I didn't know one was in the chamber." Unfortunately, two lives lost. Yeah, 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 yeah. Kids lost both their parents. He dead and she going up the river. Unfortunately, first rule of gun safety is to check to see if it's loaded. She probably get 3 years in prison. Yeah, she was just mad. They can't control their emotions. It's somehow his fault. Yeah, there was a bunch of little simps saying that, oh, y'all better stop playing with these females. Oh, why Skinner Man Cave? What's up, though? What's going on? Like, you're going to hear it all week. These men better stop playing with these females' emotions. They ain't playing. These females ain't playing no more. What you mean they ain't playing no more? They been this evil. Oh yeah, I don't think there's any amount that could excuse that, but I've seen stranger shit. Weather. Peace OG. Was Johnathan Majors playing in the snow? Did he try to divest and ended up catching a charge? Brothers, Becky taught Keisha everything she knows. Always remember that. Good to see you, my brother. And thank you for the super chat. This goes on in other communities. And Rafi asks, I'm gonna tell you just like I tell everybody else that says stuff like that. Why should we care if it goes on in other communities? It doesn't make it okay that we do it. Brothers Becky taught Keisha. Hey, I guess that's why brothers trying to get Becky to teach Keisha at this point. Shoot, talking about like this? No, but this is a serious matter, man. You got kids. You got a couple children that are well. I think they had like what 4 kids. They traumatized forever. I mean, that's got to be that pretty much that pretty much wrap up life for you. I mean, you will have to be one of the most persevering people ever to witness your mother shooting your father and having to try to grow up with some normalcy. Whether Becky and Miss Sanders to brothers. I know SYSBM hates to hear that, but it's true. Kev black men swear up and down that Becky and Maria are cut from the same cloth as Keisha and Shaniqua. I mean, in America, once they develop awareness as to how much power they have in telling a lie, because obviously this woman right here was presented with the reality that she can do whatever the fuck she wants to do. And as long as she tells it a certain way, then everybody else would perceive it. Outspoken introverts, a woman is a woman is a woman. Mm. Shoot. What about the what about the woman that killed Christian Obenselli? Has she been charged with anything? I learned while I was away, brothers. Don't trust Becky and Maria either. Yeah. Yeah, I mentioned you the other night, man. I was wondering where you been. I mean, like what I chalk up stuff like that is to sometimes people have things happen in life. Don't make this situation a black people problem. You should care enough about your people to want us to have less problems. Because see, here's the thing with other groups, and I see what you're saying. Don't box in and start stereotyping black people. But I care about seeing things, seeing the standards raised over here. I could care less if another group of people that already decided that we're a bunch of N words destroy each other. So it doesn't, the fact that she did this only makes me look at her like less of a human being. The people who are problematic are the ones that are putting up the effort to try to not get you to see her skin color and her gender. Those are the people that's problematic. Black women celebrating the death. They still are. They still are. They still are. And that's not something that black men should ignore. Kevin Samuels could rise from the dead, apologize to black women, and be a simp in death. Let me stop. Let me stop. Ray Hummer, the Hummer Force. She looks possessed. Stop trying to act like men don't kill. When did I say men don't kill? see, see that now you straw manning. Now you straw manning. You going into this whole black men just be killing women and children. Like, fuck out of here with that. I know, I know, but at very small percentages. I mean, and it's still fucked up. But like when you try to get when you're trying to get people to look at gender, that's when the conversation goes left. This is a psychotic piece of shit. Sorry. Doesn't matter if she's a black woman. If that's what you're trying to say, but now Now, Raffy, I know now it just looks like you feel a certain way. This woman killed her children in front of her kids. The first thing you should think is this woman is a piece of shit. I see a black woman on the screen, and they might look at all black women like that. Okay, if you feel some type of connection to her, be my guest. Just go right ahead. You're only making an idiot out of yourself. So they celebrated brother from the wire's death, and he never did anything to them. No, he was with a white woman. That's what he did. He disrespected them by being with a white woman. That's what I be talking about with this dick policing crap. Everybody want to be pro-black when it comes to dick policing brothers. I mean, shoot, just like Weather said, not really, none of them can be trusted. So you can't put another race on a pedestal. But at the same time, what he's saying also defeats the dick policing. If it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, a woman is a woman is a woman. Yeah, they think being with Becky can fix things. Yeah, you can't be with a person because you believe that's going to fix your problem in relationships. I mean, you have to make sure that those problems are fixed within yourself first. Shoot, these women have power in legislation in America. They can lie. And by the way, Raphael, when a man kills someone, even if a man, especially a black man, is even accused of something, which is what this broadcast is about, then he could be up the river just like that. What if there was no videotaped evidence with Johnathan Majors? Because that's why he's being cleared, because there's videotaped evidence and tons of witnesses. If there was none of that shit, Johnathan Majors' career would be over. It probably kind of still is over. Whether I saw the ways of the misandrous left wing white women. Keisha is Steppenwolf, left wing Becky is clearly dark side. God help us. Yeah, that's the bad part. You're assisting the problem by being the nuisance to the black man. Jeez, I mean, it is what it is, bro. I'm not trying to make this a. Nah, I'm gonna keep that too. So what did Hybrid say? It said no more killer black people, black women, abortion. Yeah, they try to always dismiss a life that hasn't gotten here yet. But hey, if you want to count that as a life, then hey, they way ahead of the curve as far as everyone else. Y'all wanted this man gone because he was dating a Becky. I mean, look at that. That's like, look at that. That's like the ultimate ladies man right there. I'm sure that dark brown chocolate sisters was just knocking this door the fuck down trying to get to him. They weren't calling him a lame. They weren't calling him a dweeb. They weren't saying they wasn't saying he was corny. They were lined up around the corner trying to hook up with this guy. I'm sure they were. I'm sure they was putting up all kinds of defenses. Don't look at that Becky. Look at me. When do B dubs do that for brothers? I mean, you complain so much about damn brothers hooking up with white women, and a lot of the times the results be disastrous. Let's keep that all the way 100. Like I said, it's not a solution. They will do you in just like any other group of women, especially your brother. And that's the reality. Whenever they get mad at you, they can default to their stereotypes. Southpaw 2K1. Whether so black men supposed to just go straight monk and don't get with any race of any women. Southpaw 2K1, I wouldn't even recommend that. But what I'm saying is, just be careful and move accordingly. Because see, when something happened, it's your fault. It's not gonna be their fault. It's not gonna be that massive level of accountability you look to get from everyone else because they screwed you over. Most people don't want to do that. Trust me, I don't care how bad a person does you. They don't ever want to take the responsibility uh, of saying or admitting what they did to you. Now, my whole point for even bringing this up and taking let me clear this up real quick because see, when people use stories like this, whether it be a woman killing her husband, a husband killing their woman, a woman killing their children, a a group of punk ass dudes in a car doing a drive by hitting a little girl in the chest, and that wasn't even their intended target. We have a tendency to try to spin these stories to make the entire group look bad. And really, that's a bullshit way of doing things. That's called a lack of integrity. Just because you have a certain amount of hatred for a certain group of people doesn't mean that you get to use news stories and people's tragedy to help further your narrative. And that's what a lot of these content creators do. Now, from the kind of person that I assess her to be, just by listening to what transpired in that Facebook Live, because you can find it on Facebook right now before they start taking them all down. Because, like, listening to children cry over the death of their father, that's really too painful for a lot of people to deal with. So I do expect those videos to come down. But I get so sick and fucking tired of every time some B dub does some fucked up shit, there's always a bunch of B dubs trying to exonerate her by trying to straw man, trying to take their mind off of what actually happened in that particular story to bring up something that happened somewhere else and trying to make it an indictment of black men. That's what pisses me off about like a lot of these content creators around here. Because I mean, for real, even though it's reported in the news, it's still a very, very, very small percentage of people. Yeah, y'all having a conversation down there. Keep that chat lit up, man. For real. Appreciate y'all being here. And for those of you whose first time is here, replay and you're not subbed. If it's your first time here, you're not subbed. Go ahead and replace those 10 subs I lost last night. Whereas I lost 10 subs, I can replace them with 10 better subs. And you could be the first of those subs. So go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Hmm. Ralphie. It's Raffy. Shit. But hey, the difference of opinion, the difference of opinion, I mean, the dissenting opinions are required also. We don't want to fall into that whole echo chamber thing, but anybody says anything in that chat, especially me, it is up for pushback. 80% of interracial marriages between black men and white women end in divorce. Why is that? Why is that? Everybody brings up stats, but no one ever says why those stats exist. That's why you got the lead attorney going around busting all these people's heads, especially these white manosphere content creators, always trying to throw up stats, trying to shame black people. Shit, societal pressure, racism from the white girl side, racism from the black man side. Shit, being a black man and a white woman couple in public makes you the target of ridicule from black people. And sometimes they just get plain tired of it affecting their relationship. But see, the thing is though, there are a lot more married black men than there are married black women. And a very, very large percentage, 86% of those married black men are married to black women. There are like what, 400,000 more married black men than there are black women. So let's not have this pissing contest. Even though more of you are married to black men, a lot less of you are married. Johnathan Majors' career is over because you want his career to be over with. Because he slept with a white woman. Let me tell you something. Because I'm starting to think Raffy S is a female. I mean, and if you are a male, I don't mean to insult you, but you kind of throwing it out there like a female. Yep. Weather's absolutely correct. Black men see a big booty and they just lose all inhibition. How does a big butt make you lose your inhibitions? What in the world, SMH? A black man can call himself the leader in a relationship with a white woman, but society wise, she will always be more powerful than him. Shit. Shit. Like I said, anything that involves a black man and involves something white, they put that white thing over that black man. Shoot, let me give you an example. A bunch of the haters is trying to make Just Pearly Things the leader of the black manosphere. They got a bunch of Black Manosphere is Dead videos going around here because of what transpired between Obsidian and Just Pearly Things. What did y'all Paul 2K? Is that why? Because it's either black men or white. It's black women or white men trying to break up the black men white women couple. I told you. I told you it's societal pressure. A black man and a white woman faces shit ton more ridicule in public at family gatherings. I've known this. I've known brothers. I was friends with brothers that dated white women that shared their experiences. No, their black families didn't like it. Shoot. I said TikTok got black men simping like no other. Latina with a big butt and a tongue ring had brothers offering to pay rent and co-sign for pre-owned cars. Almost made me cry. I was so ashamed. Don't be. Because if it ain't you, how much can you actually be ashamed? I mean, Weathers, he comes off as a guy that wants better for black men, so the Caucasian. Hurry up and buy. From what I saw yesterday, Obsidian is back in Pearly Things talking about the other guy's jealous. SMH, you want you won't make this up. He's trying to use her for his come up, and I see straight through that bullshit. You know what? I did say a while back, if black men had to totally rely on black men, I think I reinforced that last night. If black men had to totally rely on black men to be successful in spaces such as these, um, don't hold your breath. I do care, but I'm starting to lose hope. I think it might be too late. Brothers just seem aimless and stunted their growth as men. Mm. Yeah, you talking about what's your cash app? Be asking for their cash app right offhand. What's your cash app, baby? And what I said about Pearly Things, I guess that's making people unsub. Is basically is like, how do you sit up there and get rich off points brothers been making basically forever? Like, you know how much I disagree. Obsidian isn't using just Pearly Things. I saw the live. Okay, Hybrid, explain what is going on then. Clear it up. Clear it up. Was I exaggerating when I made this meme right here? You can smell the jealousy and hypocrisy reeking on YouTube. Yeah, Raffy, I think you kind of spazzing a little bit, but okay. Like a lot of these black men in the comment section, a white woman can call them nigger and they make excuses for her. Yeah, yeah, this whole pearly thing is tearing everybody up. No, I'm gonna go ahead and let Hybrid explain himself. Hybrid's a good friend of the channel. Bill Walton's daughter came through the space and just sold up the block like Avon. You talking about pearly thing look like Bill Walton's daughter? Said Bill Walton. Mm. So let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all believe that Obsidian actually was caping for just pearly things? That there was a bunch of black male content creators that was caping for her? I mean, so she's like 6'8". No, ain't no beef. I don't want anybody to take that. She's like 6'8". Jason Black is a straight up hater. In reference to you, Kev, I get where you're coming from. You don't have a hidden agenda, whereas Jason Black is the one that edited the video and closed this chat. I had her on my YMCA team. She got a triple double 2015-10 and kept adding false narratives. What she said was stupid and outlandish, but Jason Black added more to it. Now, I don't want to here's the thing. I don't want to put up this whole Fox pro black whatever about this. My thing is that how are you getting rich off of what brothers have been saying forever? And it just really to me says a lot about our people at this point. She's unstoppable in the pick and roll. Shoot. I need to probably go back and watch it. I just don't watch things that I ain't in too much agreement with. I have to be forced to stomach things. Exactly why I discuss our politics amongst ops. I don't agree with her using black manosphere talking points and getting rich off of it. To me neither. But the problem ain't so much her getting rich, is who made her rich. Who made the choice to make her rich. What we as brothers have to go through to get our points across, just to have someone come in and just and get rewarded for saying the exact same shit. The thing that I point to is the mentality of the people. You know, that's what I point to. And it lets me know how much trouble we're actually in. It's like it's like it's a if it keeps going like this, it's gonna be a constant state of despair. And when I get dragged down that rabbit hole a bit too much, then it starts to chip away at my sense of, you know, resolve as to why I come here time after time after time on this channel to deliver my messages to the people. Because I mean, it's named Black Men Being Brutally Honest, but I'm open to female points of view. It just that doesn't mean that I'm gonna necessarily agree with what's said, because a lot of you females are on some funny shit. Like seriously, it's like it's disappointing. It's craptastic. I mean, all these problems with interracial dating and dick policing. Why is it one at least trying to make the case? Because you think you're better. You think you're better than guys like Johnathan Majors. White women being brutally honest. Hey man, look. go go ahead and go ahead and kill that one, bro. I mean, if they want the name bad enough, shit, there were some black women making up their own versions too. Here go weather. Kev, you notice how black men in the black manosphere flock to any white woman who openly bashes black women? First, it was that good mother, and now pearly things. Very odd behavior. I didn't see him do it too much with good mother. I didn't. And I tried to say on Ty City's channel one day is I don't know if brothers are going to be so quick to hop on a white woman's bandwagon as quickly as a black woman will hop on a white man's bandwagon, like Vincent LeBeau and Cohen Nanick and that Brian guy that appeared on Wigatron's channel that time. But pearly things have definitely proved me wrong. Made me eat my words with some ketchup and fucking mustard. Like that shit right there. I was like, brothers, like that was the I don't know. Mulatto Vanguard. What's going on? The, the woman spirit is a thing now. It sure is. Don't give them no ideas. Yeah. Hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd Power says female content creators like Crimson Cure and celebrities should have more subs. Crimson Cure is doing pretty good. She's doing pretty good. Celebrity just started her YouTube channel and her growth has been exponential. So I wouldn't count them completely out. I mean, but I do agree if you really gonna get someone who rides for the brothers, you want the representation to at least have somewhere close to your skin hue. Yeah, woman spirit SMH. I wonder where she got that from. Not one original ideal in sight. And see, this is why Kid Organic was right when he said essentially the divestment movement and the black manosphere are the same entity, just with reverse genders. I, I would, I probably would not support that notion. I wouldn't do that because, like, not exactly like that. It only looks that way when we start doing all the whataboutisms. Well, they don't ever say nothing to this chick when she says this, but they saying that to the brothers. Yes, which is fact. But when you have your arguments like that, then you start to look just like them. The goal is to look better than them. Mm. I don't trust any red pill female. Sorry, not sorry. I just don't, regardless of race. Melanie King, on the other hand, is fake. Every time she mentions KS, she's always prefaced it by saying he was my best friend. Now he your best friend. Why wasn't you at your best friend funeral? Hybrid. Let me tell you something about using the words black manosphere. It's like we're it's becoming a time where we're gonna have to be more and more careful with that because when you get a representation of men who are actually about the action and about the solution, it can be quickly overshadowed by a bunch of weirdos that want to take the name Black Manosphere and do something else with it. So just know the weight you're putting on your shoulders. I already do. I'm not willing to give up on it. I'm just openly saying this and publicly saying that hey, maybe we need to clean out the membership and get some new people in place. The current membership absolutely fucking garbage right now. I mean, like you can agree, if you're watching right now, you can disagree with me. The leadership in the Black Manosphere is fucking garbage right now. I mean, maybe that's why some people are unsubbing. I'm not one of these anti-manosphere channels. I probably will never. I probably never will be. You know, people use like anti-black manosphere broadcasts as coping spaces, and you see the same motherfuckers in every fucking chat. See, and like I said before, these are the main ones complaining about females being in the spaces, but they let females lead them. The first thing they doing is simping. Shoot, if a woman is a woman is a woman, does it matter if it's a white woman like just Pearly Things as compared to a black woman like one of these divestment broads? Who is the leadership? That's what I want to know, BGS. Who's the leadership of the Black Manosphere? I mean, the people they put in place are absolute hot garbage right now. Shit. Is there a leadership? Should there be a leadership? There is none. Okay, well, that's how it looks. Should there be leadership? I mean, if people are just gonna let just pearly things take a lead position, then hey, then the leadership is garbage. Do I think the black manosphere needs to be rebranded? No. We just need some brothers in there that'll just help it be a stronger force. Like I'm not I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up ground to haters. I just hate all the dysfunctional people that are allowed in the manosphere when there's constant arguments on most live streams. I don't want to listen to yelling and arguing all the time. Me neither. Me neither. What's the point? Look, I ain't with gatekeeping no. I ain't gonna talk about kicking nobody out. I ain't talking about kicking nobody out. Who in the world branded just pearly things as part of the black manosphere, let alone the queen? My thing is there's not enough members in the black manosphere if you collectively put together the audiences, even the people who call themselves hating the space that can't stay away from it, if you threw them in too, if you threw in all of the content creators, which I would say is probably over 100, whether they want to admit it or not, that is still not an even close to an equal number that is just Pearly Things subscriber base. Not nearly. So it's kind of tough to argue this point that black men exalted just Pearly Things. It's hard to do that. BGS says most of our audience is in the UK with black and white men and women. Obsidian Stream was hilarious, Angela C says. Yeah. I still gotta I listened to bits and pieces of it. I couldn't catch the whole thing, just kind of had to be a daddy for a minute. Mr. says, I stick to the mature live streams where we can discuss things, listen to each other, and joke around with each other, not this pull up nonsense all the time. Yeah, I like to laugh. I like to laugh. I like to I like to just talk and Omawale and O'Shea put her in the black manosphere. Who can O'Shea put in the black manosphere at this point? If this man keeps saying that he left the black manosphere, that he leaving the black manosphere, he's no longer a part of the black manosphere. Is Village Arsonist still a fugitive? Nah, he be making community posts. He just started making videos again. I mean, I don't know where he's been, but that's pretty much his business. Man, these dudes don't pull up, man. And I can tell you, I can tell you from personal experience that these dudes don't pull up. They rather not pull up. They'll talk a bunch of shit in front of a bunch of their social media followers and their friends, but but no one ever does it. No one. No one ever does it. Saint and Center pulled up on Kevin Samuels and turned into a groupie. LOL. Yeah, they talk real calm and professional to each other, from what I understand. From what I understood, and I saw the live stream he did after he pulled up on Kevin Samuels, or rather, the video he did, and tried to act like he was all Billy Badass. But you know, can you sign my boobs, Kevin? Shoot, motherfuckers be just like, okay. So I got a question. Who are the gatekeepers of the black manosphere? Since everybody keep putting everybody in, who are the gatekeepers? Here's my red panties. Hold up. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Yeah, I can't be up that late. He was like, "Here are my red panties." LOL. Coach Greg Adams. What did Coach Greg Adams do? Hmm. Yeah, the last Boy Scout. What's up, BGS?
Hey, most of these cats man don't know what the hell they're talking about, man. CGA is a MGTOW.
Yeah,
He branded himself as the free agent lifestyle, which is MGTOW level 3.
there are levels to make towel.
See, you guys don't know. You
I
got
mean, it's like when you see a lot of ignorant things, a lot of ignorant things can be distracting. Like,
okay.
I didn't understand that there were levels to MGTOW.
One is purple pill, which is awareness. Okay, you're trying to transition. Second, uh, second level MGTOW is you can date, you can even have a significant other, but you can't get married or live with her. Okay. Third level is spinning plates, pump and dump. For some people say pump and dump. Having a roster, or what Coach Greg does is free agent lifestyle. The fourth is where I'm at because I'm 60, right? Called monk,
Mm.
where you don't have relationships. Monk might even go out and go on a trip and trick, okay? But the thing is, you swore off relationships because you had kids. You had paid child support. Might have been divorced. You've been raped. Divorce, rape, something like child support, rape. So you're tired of the care and maintenance of women. That's monk. You have a lot of young guys that going through what we call mini monkhood. Where do you think mini monkhood came from? Came from the MGTOW monks.
Mini monkhood.
Mini monk, and when you swear off dating and relationships for a short period of time, 6 months, maybe up to a year. It's called mini monkhood.
Okay, so what does that do? Did that bring them more at peace with themselves and help them find their better versions?
Okay. If you ever been through it, right? What's first thing I always tell guys with monkhood, right? Is it's like going off of sugar because you're addicted to it. You don't realize that you're addicted to it through relationships, sex, and all that kind of stuff. You actually That's actually an addiction. Okay. And you don't know what the cost is because you've been raised to be in it. You've been raised from a little boy. He has to have a relationship with women, have sex with all that kind of stuff. You don't realize the cost. When you go into mini monkhood, okay, after you get first too much to get the shakes off, right? Where okay, I'm not gonna die if I don't get no pussy or talk to a woman.
mm,
Okay, after 6 months. Okay, I always say the hardest part is not going into it. The hardest part is reintegrating back out of it. Because if you're going through many monkhood, get yourself together, concentrate on what you need to do to make yourself better. Okay, focus on yourself, which is what you're supposed to do, not just sit around eating Cheetos.
mm,
Focus on yourself. Use your energy and your time to actually better yourself, whatever that is, right?
mm,
Reading, writing, arithmetic, working a second job, making more money, saving money, all that kind of stuff. But the hardest part is reintegrating. Everybody ever coach, the hardest part is going back because you don't realize how much care and feeding there is to have a woman. Okay. The time, the effort, the emotional labor, because you got to sit there and listen to her.
mm.
You gotta make sure that she's taken care of. Like, oh, you missed my birthday. Oh, we haven't gone out on a date. Oh, you don't tell me I'm pretty. Oh, I haven't talked to you today, or I haven't talked to you 4 times today.
Where is? Well, I grew up thinking a monk was some type of priest, like it was some type of religious context to it, like
A monk has to do what? If he's a monk, he has to swear off what?
uh, worldly desires.
Worldly desires, right? Which includes what?
It includes females.
Females and sex. How many
Do,
monks
do,
have
do, do they
sex?
become do they become monks because of females, or
No,
is it
the
a
out.
self decision?
No, thing is, okay. Um, if you do the rest of the world outside the monastery is a distraction, right? You got to eat, you got to sleep, you got to interact with people, you got to do all kind of other stuff to actually fit into the social world of people, right?
Mm,
Okay, but you cannot solely focus on your studies or your religious principles, or you can't meditate, stuff like that, right?
yeah.
So it takes a special kind of person to divorce himself from that kind of social pressure, that kind of socialization, and go into monkhood, right? To study on his whatever religious principles there are, right? Your studies, your meditation, uh, thoughts about how to improve whatever you want to improve the world, um, uh, the body, the mind, whatever that is. That's how you elevate yourself.
Mm,
You go into monastery. It's very strict study, very strict regimen. So you don't think about anything else except that.
mm,
That's how come the first Catholic priests were monks. It's like you go into the nun. If you're a nun, right? What's the
oh,
first thing you
okay.
have to give up? Worldly desires, which is first thing is worldly desires is what? Sex,
Mm,
right? Sex and men.
mm. Yeah, I realize all that, but
Yeah.
yeah. So there is religious context to it.
Not well. The thing is, that's not a religious context. You can be religious without being a monk. Monk in itself means a certain thing. It's a certain principle. Okay, of swearing off a desire. Being a MGTOW does not mean you're religious. You can be atheist. The thing is, the
Okay,
practice of being that with that principle
okay.
is monkhood.
Yeah, let me read Weather's super chat. Thanks for the support, my brother. But he says a tricking monk. SMH. Nice to hear from you again, Kev. Be well. Peace to the graveyard shift.
Yeah, well, if you're not a monk, you don't understand.
Mm,
A monk is not really about sex. A monk is about relationships
mm. Monk
and
is
what it costs.
monk is about relationship and what it costs.
Yeah, what it costs. There's a cost to being in a relationship with a woman, right? You're married.
Yeah.
There's a certain expectation. You can't just go to work, come home, and ignore your wife.
No, you can't.
So
I agree with
eh,
that.
you can't go to a day without speaking to your wife or
Mm,
attending to her needs in some kind of way.
mm,
Whether it's listening to when she comes home and downloads you, if she works, comes on downloads on you for like 30 minutes to an hour, telling you about her day and her concerns and her problems. That's emotional labor. Sa-
emotional labor.
Yeah. Do you
Mm,
you want to listen to your wife gripe about her work?
Do I want to listen to it?
Yeah. Don't answer. Don't answer. I already know. Don't answer. Okay. But you know it makes her feel better if you do.
Yeah, I
If,
mean,
eh,
it's
emotional.
marriage is a compromise. People say a lot of things, a lot of things that just try to make themselves sound smart about marriage, but marriage is a basic compromise. I mean, there's things that you share on a deeper level that you don't share with other people. So
There's a give and take, and there's a cost and rewards. Hopefully, if you're in a good marriage,
mm,
and some days, just like if you have children, right? I have three children. Right? I got five grandkids, right?
mm,
And little cats walk in, and you just ain't feeling it that day, right? But guess what you got to do since you're daddy? You gotta bite your lip, bite your tongue, roll your eyes, and look the other way when they do shit, right? Say, okay, they're just being kids. Calm down and relax, okay? Just
mm.
let them be them. That's emotional labor. Or when they do something wrong, or when then their grades are bad, or when all the other things that you need to do, right? That's emotional labor. But men don't get credit for that shit.
No, we don't. But the thing is about men who take on responsibilities is if you love being a husband and you love being a dad, it doesn't feel that much of an effort. Especially
Mhm.
like, dealing with my wife on a day-to-day basis, dealing with my child on a day-to-day basis. But I also have done it to the point where I can put my foot down and it's not the end of the goddamn world.
That's true. But thing is, okay, say I took you away from your family for a year. No
Couldn't.
contact with your wife. Hold on. No time with your wife or kid, right? You've been away for a year. You did what Kev needs to do. He's been off on his own. Okay. He hasn't had to take care of a kid, take care of a wife, nothing like that. All of a sudden, it's just drop you back and say, okay, Kev, go back to where you were. There's an adjustment, right? All of a sudden, the stuff that didn't used to irritate you, it irritates you now because you're not used to it. Same thing with your wife. A little attitude that she might have that you kind of blew off because that's just her. Okay. Because you know when she's feeling crabby, said, okay, here it comes. Okay. I just look over it because I know that's how she gets, when she's somebody pissed her off or she's on a period or it's just Tuesday or the moon is full, something like that, right? You get
Mhm,
used to it. What happens after you're not used to it anymore? You have to get reintegrated into that.
mm. Well, that isn't that's an ideal way of thinking for a perfect individual. I
No,
would
it's not
say that.
purpose.
Like, like,
I,
like.
I,
Uh,
okay, go ahead. Okay,
no, is it?
ideal.
Go ahead, BGS.
In other words, man, I got I'm 60, man. I got three kids, three grown kids, five grandchildren, right? One I have to uh, do homework with every day, 4 days a week, do
Mm,
homework with him and teach him. And here's listen to his stories. Still
mm,
do it. I got two others that counsel on a sometimey basis, right? I got to worry about them, what they think like, how they act, all that kind of stuff. I've already been through it.
yeah, I get it.
Okay, so I know, especially when a kid is small. When you got a baby, okay, I think women go through postpartum depression, right? Got a baby that's crying for evidently no reason. If you got one of those, some people don't. Okay,
Mm,
and that baby's getting on your goddamn nerves. Okay, if you ain't been a parent, if your kid ain't got on your goddamn nerves at some point, you ain't been a parent. There
mm.
are no perfect kids,
No, they're not. They're
and
not.
so
There were some times where you know I couldn't figure out why my baby was crying, but see, in the back of my mind, I wouldn't want anything to be wrong with her. Once she stopped, I was relieved. It was, and I don't know. Maybe I just have a special mentality.
no. But the thing is that is stress on you. Okay, and the thing what keeps you from going flipping out is because that's your baby and you love her.
Yeah, Yeah,
Even
absolutely.
even though it's even though
I
it's
did that.
yeah, even though they get on your nerves. But the thing is that also has to be built up over time.
Mm,
That's emotional labor that you have to do towards that child and your wife. If she can't get up, or if your wife is having a bad day, okay, or if you're having a bad day, but things you don't want to affect everybody else.
yeah. I like to go in my corner when I have a bad day.
Exactly.
If I give the warning that I have a bad day and I get egged anyway, that's pretty much on that person. I gave them the warning.
Hmm.
You
That's
know.
emotional labor.
Yeah, yeah, I get that, but that's due to a lifestyle of wanting to gain. Like her having her little thing and me having my little thing,
Hmm.
we may get into our little spat, we may get into our little quarrel, but
Hmm.
at the end of all that, we distance ourselves from each other. We give ourselves a chance to cool down, and we meet somewhere back in the middle.
That's emotional labor.
Yeah.
If so, say if you had six relationships like that, and basically the last one was, I had enough.
Mm.
Kids, women, all kinds of stuff, girlfriends, sometimes side chicks, had enough.
I can understand why a man can have enough.
Yeah,
I'm never one of these guys that believe that I'm better than the next man just because I got
hmm,
married.
yeah,
I'll tell you that much.
and believe it or not, that's why a lot of young guys are doing that. They're going to monkhood because the women are insufferable.
Mm.
The girls are insufferable. Said, I'm not dealing with that.
Monkhood?
Yeah, many monk. A lot of there's a 60% of men are not doing what, going on dates or having sex
Mm.
or having relationships. Right, 60%. Where do you think that comes from?
Mm.
Hmm.
I mean, I would say that comes from the difficulties and the struggles that come with dating in the modern day. A lot of these
So
mentalities are BS. So I get
so
it.
so you have you get it, but now you get what monkhood is, right? Because that's what they're going through, which is monkhood.
But yeah, but monkhood is a specific doctrine.
N-
I mean, you would know more so about it than me, but to avoid women and become the best version of yourself. That
Okay.
doesn't mean that's gonna end up in monkhood. That could
Oh,
end up in other places.
let me ask you this: If you can you meditate without being religious?
Can you met? Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Can you do karate or kung fu without being religious?
Can you do karate and kung fu without being
Mhm.
religious?
Even though
I
that's
mean,
where it started.
and I know where you're getting at.
Yeah.
Is a certain level of divinity and
It's
spirituality that comes with that.
it's practice. Yeah, there can be spirituality that comes with it if you meditate on it.
Mm,
If that's your gain, but it's
mm.
a practice. Okay. Monkhood is a practice. It's not a religion.
So practice.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
but the thing is that we kind of got off track. But the thing is, that's the level of MGTOW. Okay,
Mm,
and most people don't know that. Okay, Kevin that you see, Kevin came out of my camp, came off my show, off my Coliseum. Kevin was doing style and perfume. It was his gig. I asked Kevin on my show because he was into styling and that kind of upscaling men, right? I said, Kevin, I got a whole lot of people. You ever heard the term educated lame?
mm. I think all of us have heard
Okay.
of that term.
Educated, there's an educated lame versus street dude wars, right? And educated lames were guys that were millennials that were delayed in their maturity.
Mm,
They didn't learn the practices because they didn't have fathers. Most of them have fathers. How to dress, how to socialize, and all the other graces that you need if you make it $100,000 more. There's a whole bunch of guys making $100,000 or more.
mm.
Had some had bachelors, some had masters, some had PhDs. Dr. Dunbar was one of those guys,
Mm. Yeah, much
and
respect to Dr. Dunbar.
Dr. Dunbar was one of those guys. He went to Kevin. I said, Kevin, I had a whole lot of these guys called educated lambs, right? They call educated lambs. That are not polished. I call them diamonds in the rough.
mm,
I need you to actually get a program for these guys to take them from where they are, where they're frustrated. They can't get any women. They can't get any. They don't have no social graces. They can't move to the level of where they want to be. You need a program that actually move these guys from here to there.
mm,
So Kevin said, okay. Okay. He started making up a program. He started counseling guys, started tutoring them, started having meetups. This Dallas meetups. That's what all about. Going to the stores, going to the perfume, going to the bars, going to the clubs. How do you pick up? How do you meet women? What do you do? What do you wear? What kind of scent do you wear to actually do this kind of stuff? How do you um, purport yourself in a meeting? What kind of clothing? What kind of style? What kind of image do you want to display to your boss? That kind of stuff, right?
mm,
These guys became what? Just before COVID, high value men. That's where they came from. And what did he say? Okay, I got all these guys in the mix that I've taken from point A to point Z, but there's no counterparts. How do I get them counterparts? Because most of the women that want as counterparts don't make their grade because there's a specific grade of women that have to meet to match what they're doing. I call them octanes 92s, 92 octanes, right?
mm,
They don't have the education or social graces or whatever to actually be with these guys, right? They need their counterparts. So he needed to actually do what? Start doing what? Training the women.
mm.
And then COVID happened. Okay. COVID was getting ready to happen. So I called Kevin, said, Kevin, you got the mix. You're getting ready to start counseling women. Okay. When this economic crisis happens, women are going to actually start looking for men. Guess where they're going to start? Are they going to start at the bottom or the top? He said the top. Guess who has a cache of guys that are at the top, as you call it? He said, I do. They're coming to you. They're coming to you first because they need to know how to do what? Go from where they are to get one of those guys. And night after night, guess what they did? What did they show up and ask for?
High value man,
High value men, okay?
a man that made $100,000 or
Uh,
more.
$100,000 or more. He was corporate. He's got himself put together. All the other stuff that Kevin trained these guys to do because they needed them. They still need them.
Trained, trained guys to do.
To be that image of the top in the black community is like top 5 or 6%.
Okay,
And
so
these guys have to believe that they are because that's the hardest part. Getting these guys to believe that they're valuable because they make $100,000 a year, they got education, they got all this stuff, but they don't believe in themselves because we're not taught to believe in themselves or believe in their value.
yeah, yeah, I've said that that black don't really value black and black men don't really value themselves because when you are a truth teller and you focus on both genders, I would say like indiscriminately, then a lot of men will bring up the fact that you talking about women. I'm like, well, I'm talking about brothers too. That I mean, and it ain't so much talking about it's just
Hmm.
whatever the subject matter is.
Hmm.
And brothers will point out that you're talking about women when you're in fact including brothers in the conversation. So what I get from that is brothers just don't value themselves.
They don't. Where they learn not to value themselves at.
Shoot.
Come on.
And go ahead, BDS.
Come on. No, no, no. Don't. You know where it is. Stop. So stop playing. Don't have to play dumb with me.
I'm not considering myself one that plays dumb,
Okay. They learn
but
it from their mothers.
yeah, I get that. That everything that we have been taught has been mommy centered.
Yes.
Even
Because
in the music that we listen to, the most reverence and respectful that a musical artist, especially a rapper, would be when he makes a song about mama.
hmm
Yeah,
because it's a matriarchy. You'll never hear what is it? What was his name? The white guy that talked about killing his mother.
Eminem.
Uh, Eminem. His mama in the closet. Never hear that, would you?
Mm.
In the black community, would you?
No, yeah,
Okay.
but we also what we do is we minimize the impact that women can have on us. We try our best, and it's just like it just like a super hard, super tough look that we have. Like nothing can affect us. We What we need to stop doing is minimizing that effect. These women can say anything they fucking want and will be cleared
Oh,
in a heartbeat.
really? Where does that come from, Kev? Hmm?
So what you trying to say? You this matriarchal mommy mindset?
I
Like
mean,
it,
I spent like 8 years proving it.
yeah,
Got PhD to say the same thing. How much proof do we actually need? They actually admit it now.
yeah.
The one thing that I was actually proud of, Fuentes, who's a stark raving racist, right? What did he actually say? It's a gynocracy, right? Where'd they come from? He said it out of his mouth.
Mm.
The West is a gynocracy. Where did he learn that? They listen to us.
Oh, uh,
Half the
uh,
stuff they have, they listen to us.
mm. Well, it's no secret. They've always listened to us. They've
Hmm.
always tried to take and duplicate our ideas. And that's why, like I said, brothers should value themselves a lot more than what I've been seeing lately. We gotta have one of them come in and say it instead of one of us saying it. And that's what's been getting me to my point lately.
Hmm.
What is what with all these people coming in, why is there no push to strengthen black man media? You know, I can say it all day. You know,
Who believes in black man's media?
who believes in black man's media?
Yeah,
Well,
in America, who believes in it?
very few individuals. I would say that.
Even your women don't believe in it, do they?
No,
We don't even believe in it. Half of us, right?
no, we don't believe it. It is kind of a pipe dream at this point.
I mean, why is that? You ever ask why?
I ask myself why all the time.
You
And,
ever look for the reason?
maybe I have this romanticized idea that maybe
You
black
do.
man media can work though.
It can, but thing is, what do you have to change first?
You have to
What
change the
happened?
mentality.
How do you do that?
Mm.
First, you have to show them what they're doing wrong, right?
Show them what they're doing wrong.
Hmm. How they were trained, where this stuff comes from. Okay?
We do that
No, we
ad
don't.
nauseum.
No, we don't. No, you don't.
Many of us do. Yeah.
No, you don't. No. Okay. Have you ever gone back and looked at Du Bois's book from 1890, Philadelphia Negro?
Do I ever go back and look at that?
Have you ever done it? Have you ever taught it?
No, I've never taught it. No.
Have you ever read it?
Have I ever read it? No, I haven't read it.
Okay. Have you ever read Fraser's book, The Negro Family in the United States?
Negro family in the United States. No, I haven't read that either.
Why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Maybe this is my first time hearing it. Maybe there's
Okay.
maybe there's some knowledge and some thought that I've been shut away from.
Have you ever read
But
you
but
read the Moynihan Report, right?
read the Monahan report. I've heard of the Monahan report.
Have you read the Moynihan Report?
Have I read the Monahan report? No, I have not read the Monahan report.
Have you read Clark's book,
No, I haven't read it either.
Dark Ghetto?
And probably other books you're probably going to mention. I probably haven't read those either.
So in other words, how you gonna teach it if you don't know where it comes from?
How am I going to teach it? What have I ever tried to establish where I'm trying to teach at?
I,
I
um,
just
um,
talk to people.
okay, you talk to people, okay? So if you're trying to change their minds, right, show them what they're doing wrong, you have to show them why they're doing it wrong. Just like that's just like playing ball, right?
Mm,
Say I'm a basketball coach, right?
mm,
Say a guy, say a guy is has a wonky jump shot. Let's say like I think it was uh, one of the Ball brothers had a wonky jump shot, right? He brought
mm,
it from his left side, brought it from the left side over to his right side, and then he cocked it and then he shot it. Okay, which is completely wrong. First, you have to show them what they're doing wrong and why.
mm.
But if you don't know what they're doing, or why they're doing it wrong, and what they're doing wrong, how are you going to talk to them about changing their minds?
Mm. I'm gonna talk to them about changing their minds because see, there's a cause and effect to everything.
Okay. Okay.
Nothing beats life experience. Even though I haven't read this book, I haven't read this book, ever read that book. Observation of the same shit going on with the same result over and over again. You have to talk to the people as to why these things go on.
To a
And,
point.
and sometimes, like I'm saying, you can present factual information to people,
Hmm.
and they still won't care.
Yeah.
They don't, like, especially if you're a black man, especially if you have some level of education.
Hmm.
See, even having education makes it harder to communicate and to convey any amount of factual information.
No, it
What
doesn't.
what you're
No, it
doing
doesn't.
is you're trying to explain this shit to a bunch of rogues,
Okay.
and rogues don't care about shit. Rogues don't care about shit. What you try to do is you try to keep the awareness up in the people who have some modicum of some goddamn sense. Is it may be viewed as a more wrong approach, but I don't see what the point is in wasting my time with idiots. People who are willfully ignorant. That's
Okay.
all
Eh,
I'm saying.
okay.
Go ahead.
If I show you uh, going back to slavery, where it started, what the slave family looked like, what it transitioned to in after emancipation under Jim Crow, what it looks like in the 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, and then show you film of 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, you'll get it. Oh, this is where it started. This is all the same. These are all the threads that actually connected.
Mm. I'm always willing to learn.
Okay.
A lot of the difference between me and other people is if it's factual information, I don't try to argue with it. But we
That's how
we
you. That's how
go
you
ahead.
change people's minds. How you change people's minds that actually can affect
Mm.
can affect the uh the institutions that actually teach people. How you affect the teachers, the professors, the policymakers,
Mm.
because you have to change the environment. Okay, the environment will change anything things faster than you can.
Change the environment. You have to change the mentality. You have to
Nope.
have you have to have willing people
Willing people in the right position, right?
in the right position. But it also start. But where are they gonna get all the support from? I mean, we talk about these making these political moves, but how small is that body compared to the big body of people who decides who's in power?
In other words, we give our power over to whom to make decisions for us.
The white man,
The white man and whoever's
the
at the top.
woman, the womans.
Okay, so how do you convince people that are in those positions that should change those minds at the top
It
to
has
change
to
the
be a
environment at
con-
the bottom?
it has to be a consequence for them. It can't be just a consequence for you. You,
Of
you
course,
if there's no consequence for them, they're gonna keep doing what they do. People don't give up on power just because you really, really, really want them to. There has to be a consequence. If there's no consequence, they could just look at you and say, "Hey, fuck you."
and they could, but things. What do you have to do? Go out and find their consequence, right?
Yeah, and be able to implement that consequence
You don't have to
to the
implement it. They already know
to
what
the
it
point where
is.
they actually care. Like
They
people have to actually care. BGS.
if
Like
they have a problem that they cannot solve, and you have the answer, would they use it?
yeah, they definitely would use it
And will they trade you something for it?
if there's desperation. If there's enough
They don't.
desperation.
They don't
If
have to
we
be
don't
desperate.
just give it away, just like we give votes away, you know. I mean, if yeah, of course they'll trade something for it if
Hmm.
it could solve their problem.
Hmm. And the biggest thing is that you want to trade is they want to get out in front of their secrets, right? They keep secrets in plain
Yeah,
sight, but they keep secrets, right?
yeah.
They don't want that stuff out.
Mm. So what are you suggesting? Some level of extortion?
It's okay. In 2015, when I got here, right? Because I was a MGTOW, 2014.
Yeah.
I left the MGTOW, late 2014 or 2015, right? Guess what was here in the so-called black manosphere when I got here?
Uh, who?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. So we took basically
So
nothing,
there was. So you got to a black manosphere that was nothing.
basically nothing.
What 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 content creators were here at that time though?
At the time, the only content creator that wasn't black manosphere was Tommy.
Tommy. Okay. Yeah.
Me, O'Shea, uh, Valdez, and Obsidian all came at the same time.
Mm,
We started from basically ground zero,
mm,
and we were the laughing stock of the manosphere because it didn't exist. Who are these black guys?
mm,
It's 2015. Where are we now?
mm.
Where are we now?
Well, we're certainly the centerpieces of a lot of controversy, but and I've said this is the manosphere, the black manosphere in particular, is becoming a very powerful voice.
Mm-hmm.
It is whether people like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Whether people want to demoralize it with their little coping broadcasts is a
Mm-hmm.
very it's a great opportunity at this point. And I'm one of the content creators that actually care whether we squander that opportunity or not.
It'll survive. Thing is, when I say escape velocity, they can't squash it. They know they can't squash it. That's how come they're pissed.
Mm,
They can't squash it. It's gone already. Kevin escaped into the mainstream, it's gone already. What are you gonna do? Talking points are already out there. Knowledge is out there already.
mm.
You have kids waving passports. Okay, it's all part of the black manosphere.
Passports. Yeah, that's something that is perplexing to me. They say that they're international tricks, but my thing is whether they're doing that or not. There are black men who with passports because they want to travel. They want to see this motherfucker.
Well, the thing is, that's irrelevant though. It's irrelevant. What they
Irrelevant.
do, what they do with it is irrelevant. Remember what Sister George said? We won't believe that you Negroes are serious until you leave. What's the sign of them leaving?
Uh, get your passport.
It's your passport. 13-year-olds saying the same thing.
Mm. But
Is,
you
is,
know,
is that is that not a
13. They
at
tired of
13?
the bullshit at 13.
Uh, have you talked to a 13-year-old kid, son?
Look, I've already heard stories about how they feel as if black girls are mean to them and other groups are nice,
All right. Oh, you grew
which
up at
is a which might be a hard lesson, depending on where they go.
okay.
But
You grew up as a black boy, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Of
What's
course, I did.
so all the little black girls were actually nice to you. That liked you.
Man, it was uh, in my environment. It was a battle of the sexes thing until it wasn't. Like I went to an all black school. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
we had a couple white girls there, but we got rid of them. I mean, but
No, I'm
yeah.
not. Let's talk about
So
white
so,
girl. I'm asking
but
is,
but
how did the black girls treat you?
I mean, they were mean and such, but once that puberty hit, all this other weird little stuff started going on. So it wasn't really, it wasn't to the level that would come a few years after that, and especially when like things like social media hit, and when all of this mainstreamy you know Negro lifestyle started making its stride. It wasn't quite to that point yet. See, I was a kid in the '80s, so
Mm-hmm.
I had a certain indifference to life. It wasn't. It was more about coming of age shit. It was more about boys thinking girls were icky and girls were thinking boys were icky. But once we hit that puberty stride, then we started feeling certain types of ways.
Yeah,
It wasn't like when you're in a situation to where you're exposed to both young black females and young white females to even make that comparison.
you,
I
you, you,
always
you
had black females
you
around.
know, I'm saying you weren't right. The thing is, but you know that black girls were mean. That's their mating strategy, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah. I do understand that. I've been through that a couple times where
so
girls would actually be mean and then turn around and ask for my phone number.
well, if actually
Yeah.
phone number. Thing is, but get in an environment where you have actually have a choice, white, black, Latina.
Mm. That's what I was saying.
So in
Uh,
other words, black girls will become what all of a sudden mean
mm,
instead of normal.
mm. Like responding to a stimulus. That's what you,
Yes, come
an
on, man.
environmental stimulus.
Yes, yes. If you have a choice between somebody that actually throws rocks at you or slaps you upside the head, like that happened to my grandson a few weeks ago from a
Mm,
girl that liked him,
mm,
okay, try and get his attention, versus a woman that little girl that actually comes up and says, "I like you. What's your name? Who you gonna choose?"
mm. Probably the one that's the most welcoming. But with me,
There's always a but.
there's always a but.
Yeah.
It depends on the one I like the most. It was probably not the mean one. The mean one would probably get on my nerves a little bit. But let me read this super chat.
Go ahead.
Roger
Go ahead,
reporting
Roger.
live. What's going on, my
Come
habitual line stepper brother? Says long live the habitual line steppers and salute to the master teacher also. All right. That's the master teacher being yourself, BGS.
on. Yes, that's what they call me. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, probably the one that was the most welcoming and that was in my taste range because I had a taste range back then, believe it or not.
You know what? I came up with this. People use it now, but I came up with this term like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
30 years ago. Klingons. Okay. Klingon
Klingon.
mating strategy. Yeah. Black men women are Klingons. That's how they mate. They're mean to each other. They
Mm,
fight each other, and it's normal.
mm. Is normal.
It's normal.
So what so is there an implication that something needs to change about that? Is that what you're presenting that something probably needs to change about this?
If black women want to compete with women that are more accepting, nicer, they have
Boy,
to change
that,
what their mating strategy.
boy, that is a debacle right there.
Yeah. What
because
what?
cause, cause you have to first you have to like you said you have to present something that they can gain from it though. Is like if they feel as if there's truly nothing to gain except dick from brothers, they just gonna fuck brothers,
Okay. Okay.
and they're gonna do it recklessly.
Your girl, your little girl's how old?
My little girl is 8.
8. Okay. What's the most important thing to a female?
Man,
You got a
their
little girl.
image
Nope.
to
Nope.
the little girl.
Yeah. To a female. Period. What's the most important thing?
It's more thing to a female.
Yeah.
And now, when thinking the scope of a child, that could be many things.
No.
Like playing and,
No.
and, and
No. Attention.
attention.
Little girls want more attention than little boys.
Mm,
Little
yeah,
girls will put on something tight
yeah,
at 10, 11 years old to go out and get what?
but attention,
They dress half naked on TikTok and Instagram and Facebook to get what?
attention.
Attention.
Yeah,
Attention is food for a female.
attention. And anything that disrupts that attention, say settling down, they're starting to see that as being a bit obsolete. If they can get enough if they can get enough attention, they can replace that attention with having an actual relationship.
Oh, well, you keep. It's more complex than that, but
Of course it
it's
is.
what starts.
Of course it is. I mean, yeah,
I mean,
my
we,
daughter's a daddy's little girl. I'll
we
say
can
that
we can get on the difference between female biology and male biology, but we're not going to get that deep today.
much. Nah.
Okay, um, and how the female worldview uh, is different from the male worldview.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but we're especially with the black men and black women. We're treated.
All all women and all men, same thing.
Mm,
Same thing, right?
Mm,
Women
mm,
women have to be bonded to their offspring, um, to the mothers, so they're wired differently. They don't like to exist by themselves.
mm, mm,
They're wired that way. Men don't have to have that. They can exist by themselves, exist solo. That's why it drives women crazy versus men.
mm. Yeah. So what you're saying is we don't need as much attention and as much validation as they do. So if
You're
you cut
married.
off,
What do you think? What do you
if you
think?
cut off, so to solve the problem really
Hmm.
is gonna get is gonna be damn near impossible because of the amount of simps out there. Is to cut off the attention.
What's happened to the simps as we speak? What are they doing?
What are the simps doing?
They're withdrawing, aren't they?
I mean, I can say it pretty much looks like a last stand out here.
No, it's not. Okay, well,
But
that's
but
that's that,
but that
that's
would defeat the whole thing I'm saying that that most men are simps. You know, most men are simps, and yeah, a lot of simps are beginning to withdraw because they realize like shit that people like me have been trying to say that simping is empty as fuck.
okay. The thing is that, and I'll explain. We'll kind of, okay. What 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 is? Have you read Reeves's book, Men and Boys?
Men and boys, like I said, any book you probably bring up, no.
Okay, you got to start reading, Kev. At some point, at least audio books. Okay,
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 okay.
okay. What's happening is it's gone so far, leaning so far toward females, right? They get everything, privileges, jobs, education. You can't touch, you can't look at them, all that kind of shit, right? It's gone too far. They want too much and give too little, even for the simps. So
Mm,
what are the boys doing all over the world? Withdrawing. It's not just here. It's not just black. It's boys, young men in the West, in Asia, you know, uh, uh, in Europe, all the same thing, right?
mm,
Withdrawing, laying flat, uh, grass eaters, right? The great resignation, incels as we call them. It's on how many studies over the last year about men and boys withdrawing from the labor force, from sex, from relationships? How many studies have they done over the last year?
is there a specific number? Because I can say they've done quite a few.
Quite a few, right?
Yeah.
Reach, read Reeves' book. He's been saying that Chetty did it for black boys and black men in 2018.
Mm,
Go look at the a video on Mouse Utopia with the demographic cycle. It's all over the world. They have to do something about it. Okay, we have to take advantage of that. Why do you think they lock up Andrew Tate? Not because he's pimping girls. Why they lock him up? He's saying things that's against their narrative. They're trying to stop this flow.
yeah. There's nothing more powerful than a narrative. If 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 y'all don't believe me, why is people like Martin Luther King dead? A non-violent person. Why is he dead?
It's because it's just a message. Garvey had that message like what, 60 years earlier,
Mm,
30 years earlier, right? He was
Nobody.
deported, but the thing is, why did they kill him and Malcolm and the Kennedys and a bunch of others?
Shit,
Why
because
they
they were
kill them?
waking up. Because they were waking up.
Because the flow of I mean, because the flow was heading that way. It wasn't just black people either.
Yeah, yeah. Because every one of these stories you hear is like they'll beat up on black people, but then when they start getting other groups involved, then that kind of togetherness and kind of unity frightens them.
I actually did 3 videos on this in 2015 explaining what it was, right?
Yeah.
And it comes from Quigley. It's called the demographic B cycle, which is the boom cycle, right?
Mm.
The biggest group of men ever born in this country was when? Called the what? Baby boomers.
Yeah, the boomers. That's why they call it the boomers, right? It was a boom.
You have a big, quickly calls them arms-bearing men. Okay, from 15 to 45. Okay, biggest group. Okay,
Mm.
they can turn over society. If you get somebody out in front of that wave to turn over society, which black men actually burned down what 300 cities between 1963 and 1972. 300 cities, 300 riots. They got to stop it. How do they stop it?
But how
Two
they
ways:
stop?
kill kill the leaders and redress the grievances. Affirmative action, right? Promise to actually give them jobs, access, loans, the good life, right? You
Mm,
promised. You didn't get all of it, but they promised it, right? Redress
mm,
the grievances.
mm. I mean, when you position yourself like that, though, you also make yourself susceptible for them pulling the rug up under you, though.
Okay, but they had to give you a rug in the first place, right?
Yeah, I give you that. Yeah.
Would you like to give all this stuff back?
Nope.
Affirmative action, all that kind of stuff.
Nobody wants to get that back.
Still
You
got
know.
something, but they get most of it actually went to white women.
Yeah, yeah, they did. You know, when they made white women a minority, which
And
kind of messed up the sisters' mentality because they started spewing that, oh, I'm a double minority, and
yeah, okay. And so your sisters betrayed you, huh?
mm, I would say a large majority did. I would probably even go as far to say most.
In fact, your sisters never wanted to give up power.
No, nobody wants to give up power.
Your
No,
black women
no.
never wanted. They still haven't given up power.
Like how do you? But see, that's the age old question. How do you get somebody to give up power? They're never gonna want to do that.
Yeah, yeah. And you have no ability to actually take it from them, do you?
No, you don't.
And
You don't.
you're a matriarchy, sir. They run it. I've been at this.
A,
I've been
a,
at this
ma-
for
a matriarchy. A
yeah.
matriarchy, as in, we gave them power that they're willing to, like, power over what? The children, right?
No, children, finances, government. How we govern, education. Okay.
Hmm. But the thing is, how do we break that cycle? I think that a lot of people who come up with that conclusion want to know how we break that cycle. How 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 do we, do we push to get the people we want into power so they can change the laws? Or do we just sit here and just say fuck it?
First thing you have to do is actually get men to actually admit that there's a matriarchy because they don't believe it,
Yeah.
and get that turn off that winter soldier's chip in their head that the mama put in them. How do you do that?
Mm.
How do you retrain men's worldview?
How do you retrain men's worldview?
Yeah, got to retrain their worldview.
I mean, it seems like to me that in order for them to have to retrain their worldview, they have to go through somewhat of a few bad experiences, a few of seeing how they really are. I mean, like I said earlier, the presentation of facts, like especially with dealing with our people, man,
Hmm.
they're gonna dismiss the motherfuckers.
Okay, well then they stay where they are,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
so this is a waste of time, right?
A waste of time. What now? Now, that's another question. What's a waste of time?
In other words, it's not going to change anything, right? If you believe that.
I mean, yeah, but it also the fact that people are even putting up the debate in the beginning to begin with shows that there is a level of caring. I mean, we can put up all the facts that we want. There's no guarantee that we're going to win this. I don't go in a situation believing that I'm going to lose if that's the case, if that's what is being put out there. I don't go into that, and the facts will speak volumes on themselves. There's no way you can argue with a fact, but all I'm saying is we are dealing with a hyper level of ignorance at
No,
this
not,
point.
no. It's even the smart people, okay, believe in it.
Mm,
How do you change it, right? You have to find out where the levers of power actually are.
yeah, And for the people whose mind you're trying to change, you have to present the level of consequence.
It it doesn't matter. Change the environment, they'll change with it.
Mm.
They have to.
Yeah. So, but the power dynamic has to shift.
Or basically, um, you have to the people that actually support the power dynamic.
Mm.
If they don't get any men, guess what? They'll die out. Or have to go to bed the white man
Mm.
for men.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
that's what they want.
That's where I kind of run into. That's where I kind of run into a lot of the where I have the problems at is this that we see this opportunity to actually set things right, and a lot of us will default to what we're comfortable with, and even attack brothers who are that close to winning. They
And
will.
it's because they're it's called the winter soldiership, right? They're socialized to think that way.
Mm. Yeah, socialization is messed up.
So you have to figure out a way around that,
Mm.
which we have for the most part.
Yeah, because I mean, like, and I don't see if the black manosphere isn't having the effect that the desired effect, then there wouldn't be so many people talking about it.
Yeah, yeah.
There wouldn't be.
I remember it wasn't even mentioned
Yeah,
when I started here. Wasn't even
yeah.
mentioned. We were laughed at. Y'all niggas ain't gonna do nothing. Y'all can't do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna pay attention to you. Why don't you just quit?
No, I don't believe in quitting. I don't believe in quitting, and when people, and I mean, like, have you ever talked to a person that says, "Hey, uh, I told my family I was doing this black manosphere thing, and they just kind of looked at me, and you know, have you ever had anyone come tell you that?"
No,
Mm,
they don't have to know. It doesn't matter whether they know or not
mm, yeah,
because they're not important as far as this is concerned. It's about structure.
structure. It's
Yeah.
about structure.
Who do I need to talk to actually change shit? Not the people on the ground.
Mm, mm,
Our banking system doesn't depend on the people on the ground, does it? For the most part, they just want shit to work.
mm.
Who changes the laws? Who sends us to war?
Who changed the law? Who sent us to war?
Hmm.
A very small body of governing people.
Ah, I
A
saw.
very small body.
I saw. Hmm.
Yeah. So so it is if and let me ask you this: do you
Hmm.
think that men actually come here looking for answers,
Yes, all the time.
solutions,
Yes,
answers?
yes, all the time.
Okay. How would you grade their level of satisfaction?
From me, the ones
Yeah.
that
How would
take.
you grade their level of satisfaction?
What do they
You
call me,
have-
sir? What do they call me?
I mean, they call you the master teacher. Yeah, they call you the
They
master
tell
teacher.
you
But
everything you need to know.
okay. But
Ask ask Kevin. What did Kevin call me?
but did Kevin call you? I can't ask him, but
The master teacher.
he called you the master teacher.
Hmm. When Kevin actually got a red pill, I actually played the tape on my women's channel.
Mm.
Where actually said it during Thanksgiving. I actually played it. Go back and look at it.
Okay.
Actually,
Yeah. So
actually looked at something I put up, took it to his mother and his aunts, and showed it to him. Let's talk about this.
okay.
That's what changed him, as
Uh,
far as the ministry is concerned.
okay. So at least like we have this, the mentality has to change.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You have
Or
to change. The first thing you do is
or
go
there's
ahead.
no point. Or there's no point.
The mentality's already started to change. One is the environment because they want us to mix, because we're pushing our kids into mixed environments as far as schools and that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
So the environment's already changing, right? How do you work with it? How work with what's already there.
Mm.
What's there? What is it going to do? Why does it work? How do you work with the material that you have? That's what you have to do, and most people can't do that.
Mm.
That's why Pearl was a tool. Pearl can actually attack white feminist women. We cannot, but she can.
We can't attack white feminist women
We black men.
when they look when they come in our territory try to tell us what to do. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, but who makes the laws outside our territory? Who gets into school? Who gets scholarships?
Yeah.
Um, Affirmative action. Who gets hired at corporations?
Mm.
So, who can actually help change the laws as far as child support and alimony?
Mm.
Hmm?
Who changes the laws as far as
Yeah,
child support and alimony?
alimony. Yeah, yeah. Who's the biggest voting bloc in the nation?
Women,
White women.
white women.
Biggest voting bloc. Biggest swing vote.
So what you're telling me is we gotta get white women on our page? Uh, it starts with us, BGS. I can't. What up,
Okay.
Edward?
Do you want shit to change or
I
not?
mean, do I want shit to change, or
Hmm.
do I want bullshit to not affect me?
In other words, do you want shit to change or not?
Do I want shit to change?
Yes.
If there is a change for the better, yeah, I do want shit to change.
So if your women are not willing to work with you, what do you do?
Uh, fuck them.
Okay, and then what?
like 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 fuck them, broom
And
their
and
asses. Like
and, and then
So,
no. Then no, hold on, Ed. Then what?
then what? Then
Then what?
after I say fuck them,
Fuck them. Then what?
then become the best version of myself.
And then what?
And then what? And then what? Okay, are we thinking in the frame of, well, if I want things to change, here's what you have to do? Is this where we're going with this?
Yeah. If they still don't accept you, then what?
If they still don't, why would I need them to accept me? No.
Okay,
Why would
so
I need them to accept me? Why would I need
I could jump in
it,
there.
it's especially a white woman? Why would I need a white woman to
not
accept me?
that's not has nothing. I'm talking about our woman. Okay, not a white woman. Our
Okay.
women. Okay.
Okay. I mean that should be given. We should hold their feet to the fire like we hold black men feet to the fire. If they can't get on our page based on any level of blackness, we might as well broom them as
So,
coons too.
well, well,
And then what? What do you do after that? As you sweep them away, then what?
Sweet. I mean, it depends on what your personal goal
Nah,
is.
nah, nah.
Are
Come
you
on, kid.
trying
Come
to
on, kid.
are you
Come on,
trying
kid.
are you trying to get a what's the end game?
let
What's
me
the
know
end?
when I can jump in here.
Okay,
Go ahead, jump in there.
go ahead, Ed.
All right.
What up,
So
Ed?
I say this all the time because I see the chat and y'all are just whatever. But so I'm not even going to address that. But my thing is, okay, what you're talking, Kev, because I saw your post. I wasn't a fan, and I'll say that. But everybody, 98% of everybody is basically where you at with this. Here's the deal. Let me start here. Fuck Pearl. I don't give a fuck about that. As far as her, that could be anybody. And if
Hmm.
you look at what folks, let me say this. Number one, there is a macro situation and there is a micro situation. There's an individual situation. When you were just responding to BGS right now, you were responding in the individual. When we say if you want things to change, that's a macro concept. And what people tend to do is they tend to use the individual as if, because the truth is, as far as you changing yourself and putting your own personal self in a position where you can win, there's really nothing stopping you from doing that as an individual. Even when people talk about racism, white supremacy, that is designed to degrade a group, a law of averages for the most part. Now, there's always things you have to watch out for, even as an individual. Even if you, Cosby has learned this. Even what's his name? Robert Smith has had a shot thrown across his bow, being like, no matter how rich you are, you can always have a tax error. They did that when he got too like pro-black, and then he had to dial it back, although he's learned how to do it in different ways. My point is that stuff is designed to deal with the macro. So somebody's asking you, do you want stuff to change? They're not asking, do you personally want to self-improve to change it? They're asking, do you want the situation with, like, for instance, black boys, for men to not have to grow up like with already 3-4 steps behind, rather than 5-6 steps behind? Maybe we're like 1 step behind or 2 steps behind. That is the change, not the, oh, well, just self-alpha your way through it. And see, people got to take their ego out of it. The biggest weakness black men have, and this situation is completely exposed it, is guilt and ego. Guilt. The reality is the black community, I'm hearing nothing but black females speak when I hear this stuff in relation to Pearl. At the end of the day, are you really telling me that you all are that sensitive and you need white people to acknowledge your pain? That I'm not talking about you personally. I'm just talking about everybody. Do y'all really need a 24-year-old white woman to acknowledge you that bad to where this rage has really been exposed? And I'm talking more to black men, because the women's been quiet because the women see an opening to manipulate, not you, because you, Roger, y'all know what it is, but they see an opening to manipulate a lot of dudes under the guise of pro-black. I've seen it. And that's why the women are not that loud. They're paying attention to y'all, paying attention to folks, and they're gonna move. Black women is what I'm talking about, because the truth is Pearl, in the grand scheme of things, is inconsequential to what we're trying to do. So my point is, do you want things to change for black men as a group?
Do I want things to change for black men as a group?
Yes.
Yes, I want things to change for black men as a group. Here's what I'm saying. Black men have to want that change. Black men have to be proactive about that change. It's nothing that we can avoid at all. Do and do I want things to change so my kid can grow up in a better environment? That may be a little selfish of me, but yeah, of
So
course.
how you change the environment?
Raising awareness, changing the mentality.
Here we go.
That
So
Who
raising a
whose awareness? Whose mentality?
us, us, the
Who's in
people,
who's
the
in
people
charge? Who's in charge?
who's in charge.
Yes. Come on, man. Stop playing. Who's in
my
charge?
my no, I hear what you're saying, BGS, but my argument,
I'm talking to him. Who's in charge
Who's in charge?
of this country? Who's in charge?
Who's in charge of the country?
Yes.
White supremacy.
Yes.
Yeah. White supremacy and those who facilitate it, including
Yes.
a lot of the women. Yeah,
So
I get
who you have to appeal to get things changed?
that. For real, white
Yes.
women. Appeal to white women.
Part one, that's part of it, and also white men. Okay. How do you actually change
I
their
already know the
mentality?
problem is Kevin is interpreting this as begging white folks. I can already tell with how you're sounding. That's how you're receiving this information. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with what BGS linearly is saying, exactly what he said. I wouldn't say it the same way, because I already know you're receiving this as getting on your knees and begging Miss Ann to recognize you as a person. I can already tell that's how you're hearing this, what he's saying. Am I wrong, Kevin?
Mm, look, you're going in somewhat of that direction. I would say that.
Yeah, that's how you're receiving it. The way, but and let me tell you how I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it. You got these Asians, right? They don't have the numbers. You've got these small hats that don't have the numbers. You've got various groups that don't have the numbers, but they have to create influence somewhere. Obviously, Asians have money, but they don't have that much money. Obviously,
They have countries though.
yeah, they
They
do. Same thing with the small hats. They have money, but that's not, and that does get, that country is another thing that does help until it doesn't. Like until they start not liking China or not liking this. Obviously, it depends on what is America's status with X country and stuff like that. Small hats don't necessarily have a country; they have more of a policy on their end. The point is, as black men, The first thing we need to do is have a communications pipeline and awareness amongst each other. That's number one. And that's where I know nobody's getting off the train yet. And we still have work to do that. Although with what happened with Kevin, it really punched a hole and really accelerated a lot of that, because a lot of people that wouldn't have been paying attention to YouTube like that is paying attention to like these conversations, kind of like a tide kind of thing. And then the fact that Caucasian men are going through the same shit. They're going through, let's just call it a niggerization event, with how these older white men, SWP has been talking about that. So that's also going to further raise awareness with black men, because when white men have a cold, black men have the flu. So they're already going to be thinking in a different mindset than they otherwise wouldn't, because they see these white dudes going through some stuff. And because these white dudes are starting to complain. So you can't deny it anymore. So we have definitely gotten far, but so we still, and then we have to get on the same page, or at least somewhat pages. I'm talking about black men now. Then that is when, okay, we can formulate the quote unquote, what do we want? Because the truth is, when you ask black men what do they want, depending on who you're talking to, that could come out differently. And so we don't even have a baseline of certain things that, yeah, we probably all would like this. That's unique to like our situation. So that way we're unified in going to anybody as far as, this is what we will deal with you with, this is what we ain't. So what happens is, if you go, this is what happened when folks were in before the Black Manosphere. You had all these scattered mentalities, black conservatives, MGTOW, people, people that just want to individualize the different things. And because white men tend to have the same kind of things that they want, like at a baseline, they diverge too, but at a baseline, they can overwhelm certain stuff with that. Versus when the Black Manosphere was created, there are, number one, that demonstrated to them that A, we will separate, B, we can sustain our own stuff, and C, we can influence this stuff without you. Like, as far as, not necessarily with laws, but stuff like that. We demonstrated that. So I'm not on a go back to white folks train, but what I'm saying is, when it comes to the awareness, black men have this mentality that we can just change everything completely without working within the system completely on our own. And that's typically not how it works. Feminism didn't operate completely on its own. White women are the majority demographic, and they didn't do it on their own. They got black. Think about it. White women got black women. Now, white women and black women are a small group. White women work with Hispanic women. There's a reason for that. It's not for a power thing. It's for a moral authority thing. It's also so black women can be the pawns to basically take the hits while they get the resources. And that's white women who BJ just said is the largest demographic. I'm not saying we need to be pawns of anything. But what I'm saying is, we have to start thinking four-dimensionally. And unfortunately, I see too many of us thinking two-dimensional and one-dimensional. At the end of the day, at the end of y'all's anger, that chick is still going to have her channel. And arguably that chick is going to be a lot bigger than she was. And then when I look at, I'm not going to make this about Jason Black, but once I found out that Jason Black lost his biggest channel a little while ago, that made every sense to me as far as why he's been doing all of this. That made all the sense in the world. This is not like he can throw that pro-black shield if he wants to. That's not the real reason. Now, going back to Pearl, the reality is, yes, Pearl can talk to white feminists. I'm not saying we need her. I'm not saying we need her personally. But what I will say is, you have to understand what your stuff is on the board for what you're trying to get done. And the reality is, Pearl can talk to white women in a way and directly and move things a lot quicker. I said white women in a way that black men can't. Now, is that true? Now, let's start in there. Is that true or is that false, what I just said?
That white women can move in a...
No, that Pearl as a white woman can go right up in the face of other white women, particularly feminists. That's the only video I've ever shared of Pearl, is when she was talking to them old chicks, when they had them white chicks, and she was sitting up in there. And they did not like the stuff that she was saying. Right. Just like how Crimson Cure can get up right up in the face of black women a lot more effectively. I'm not saying black men cannot do it, but a lot more effectively and compressed time. That point, is that true or is that false?
She get up in black women's face. Yeah, she can get
I,
up in black women's face.
yeah, I'm talking about Crimson Cure to black women
Yeah,
and Pearl. This is why I
I
would
agree.
share Love Dorsey too.
Yeah, yeah,
So
I agree. But like, uh, how much ridicule and pushback and vitriol and insults do they face for doing that though?
you said how much what?
Insult, vitriol, pushback, like Crimson Cure gets from black women for doing that.
And the
Does
way
doesn't
exactly
matter.
that's a
Doesn't
valid
matter.
point. So the way you deal with that is, and because what it used to happen in the 1.0 days, when you heard me first, I'm not, and here's the thing, I'm not saying that it's our job to cultivate this and then we got women speaking for us. That's not my mentality. My mentality is these people decided to be here, and it's either of using resources to remove them or to say, okay, they're there, they're not going nowhere. How can you make this a benefit?
Okay.
And then we use our resources for other stuff. Like, because the truth is, a lot of dudes are not on like a lot of dudes are not on. If you take Danica Marie, the same dudes that'll talk about Jessica X are the same dudes that defend Danica Marie. I get it. I get the whys on their end, so I'm not saying that makes them complete hypocrites. But the reality is, if Danica Marie says I have 90% and 90% male audience, I can either say, okay, F them simps and F her, and I'm just going to, go at her like Donovan Sharp goes at her, even if it's for a different reason. Or I can say, you know what? Maybe if she's willing to play ball and give some dudes like a Red Supreme or dudes that support her some exposure or content creators, they have access to a male audience that they might not have access as easily before. Now, I'm not saying that you do that with every woman. No, I am not saying that, because you got a lot of chicks that are legit chameleons. She is actually married to a black man. Then you got Crimson Cure, who was vetted by Angry Man. Same deal.
Vetted,
Now,
vetted, vetted by me too.
exactly. So remember when she was talking about that father time, and she came over here talking about, well, y'all can get up under us and then we can get to 100,000. We told her hell no. Even though we messed with her, we told her no, we're not doing that. But we'll support you if you do the content that we agree with, and we'll watch it every step of the way. She did what she did, and she's at 95. So we kept our end. So I'm not saying we just go along and let them do anything. I'm not saying that. But it's all about tactical. And they're here. We didn't create them. They are here anyway. Just like with Kevin, some of them are brought here. So that's what I'm saying. But people want to identify that as you're letting women in this space and take over. The reality is how social media interprets women is a little bit differently than the men. It just is. Just like how white people got the bigger numbers, women are on social media more than men are. It just is what it is. So when dudes look at it, they're competing with women. So going back to Pearl, it doesn't, because the truth is Pearl is not the only white woman out there. Before Pearl, there was Nola Girl. It's always been stuff like that out there. I'm not saying you have to like her. I'm not saying it has to be her. But what I am saying is, if we're gonna get it, we don't. What we want to focus on is policy changes. Simple things like paternity fraud that should be illegal. Mandatory paternity tests. I'm not talking about, well, one day racism won't exist. Okay, ideally, but let's talk about stuff that's actually achievable without us selling our souls. What is something that black men and white men can agree on, and you can get up, you may be able to get some women to let go of? Paternity is a very simple thing. BGS has talked about men or boys going to different schools. These Republicans stay talking about vouchers. You see what I'm saying? There's things that we can get that would make a significant. Remember, as I'm gonna say this and I'm done. The difference between black men and all these other groups is because we've been messed with so much. Here's the trick that actually works in our favor. It doesn't take a lot for us to push past that, because we've had to deal with more than any of these other folks. So all we need is a couple of things here and there that really be hammering us down. Like I've even talked about pushing marriage reform in the form of giving the breadwinner certain rights. That can be gender neutral. That doesn't have to be men. That can be women too. So therefore, you frame it like, oh, well, women can't get somebody on their level because they're afraid of losing money if they date down, even though they may like how the dude looks. The dude may not make the same amount of money. Okay, you frame that as a way to get women more married, even if they achieve this level. But at the same time, the dudes that do, now we're going back to what you're talking about, that self-improve and do what they need to do. Now they're not him for that. Now it's not as bad for them to where they gotta go overseas to make sure they don't get effed over in marriage because the hit is not that bad. See, that's the type of stuff we need to look at, and you have to attack that from all forms. Because if you, I'm gonna say this, I'm done. If you alpha your way through it, you get Andrew Tate and you get locked up for no charges somewhere, not knowing why the fuck you in jail at some point. That's what you self-improving on the physical, economic, and social status can get you. And don't believe just because you in the United States, they can't put child porn on somebody's computer and make that shit possible just because you here. They just can't get caught that they did it. So the Andrew Tate is a perfect example of you alphaing your way through it to the max, and they still can do something.
So,
So
so when does it become a part of the conversation that black men have to get on page collectively?
that's
And
always
that
been the
involves
conversation.
that involves men though. Is one of the biggest problems that I see is
Mhm.
actually getting men on page. You know,
All
and getting
men
them
don't
to
have to be on the same page. I
How long?
mean, the
How
black
long?
man is
How long
the
does it
red
take?
pill has been a small percentage, and look at what we've done.
How,
You really only need like really 2 or 3%
yeah,
that's really focused. You don't
yeah.
need a lot.
The right ones. Yeah.
Yeah, look
How?
at what Kevin did on his own. Now, obviously, he didn't do. I mean, obviously, he was given that directive by BGS. O'Shea helped facilitate that because of where he was at that time. But that's one person. Like, I mean, and you know, Jason Black gets on my nerves, but Jason Black has done documentary. Like, people can like it doesn't take a lot, especially in the age of social media as
yeah,
well. Because
we
remember,
have the reach.
folks are not investing a lot of money in these things. People are doing that off organic traffic.
God knows we got it on the cheap. Okay, God
True.
knows we got it.
Yeah, we're doing this off of organic traffic. And keep in mind how much we've been shadow banned. Keep in mind, I mean, you know this. I know BGS knows this. Keep
Oh
in
yeah.
mind how many of our channels have been knocked off. You know, not to mention folks that have passed away. Let they shout out to Brian Salons for keeping David Carroll's info and channels that were lost because of 1.0. Yet we got here. And remember, really the stuff started really going at like 2012. You could say 2008, but as far as how stuff started, so really you're talking about a 10-year run. What have we done in 10 years? And it's a lot when you think about it. When you really look at it from what it takes to make real political change. We took
So,
advantage of
so
COVID.
can I ask
Yeah.
a question? Can you
Go-
guys hear me good?
You can hear
Yeah,
you.
APTV, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? Great topic. So I wanted to ask. So, are you saying, Ed and Mr. BGS? Are you saying like we don't really like need her, but we can use people like that? And my other question is, do you think like in regards to someone like a Dr. Claude Anderson when he talks about buying politicians, if we're talking about Pearl as if she's a spokesman, right? Do you think she can be bought?
She bought or persuaded. It doesn't matter. She's already doing the work, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're not doing any like the thing is you look at people that are doing look, here's my thing.
I'll
My
go.
thing is
I'll go after you.
people are
I'll go
making
after
this way too personal. And when you I'm not saying you, but I mean in general, like when people talk about do we need her before Pearl, you had what like again, Crimson Cure is almost at 100,000 subscribers. You know, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna say this just so y'all know. Y'all know Cynthia G can be useful too. How? How can Cynthia G be useful? Because I've said on my channel, I want her to get 1 million subs. And I mean that. You know why? Because then you can't deny misandry exists and there's a lot of people that support it. If Cynthia, and so when Cynthia, think about what happened when Cynthia
you. Let
G
me
got
know
on
when you're
Fox
done here.
Soul.
Let me know when you're done here.
Okay, I'm done after this one point. Think
Okay.
about what happened when Cynthia G went on Fox Soul with Dr. Umar Johnson, and they did what they did to him with a trans person. That woke up a lot of pro blacks that was playing games. They didn't like that. Now, if we would have just been coming at them like we always do, right? It would have been the same tug of war. But Cynthia G accelerated that because that's a hit they took from the same women that they defend. And you can't just dismiss that as a radical black feminist. Just because
You
they
can, because if what you guys been saying in the manosphere is true about Cynthia G, how can she be trusted? How could you use her?
you
How
didn't
can she
hear
be
no
used
okay.
as a
I'm
spokesman?
gonna let BGS. I'm gonna let BGS. It's called jujitsu, but you didn't hear what I said. Go ahead, BGS.
In other words, as far as Pearl is concerned, right? Was any black woman invited on Vice to actually talk to feminists in on mainstream TV? Any of our women invited to go on Vice to actually talk. Perfect.
No.
The biggest voting bloc in the United States is who? White women. Biggest voting bloc. Okay, they can get shit done. Okay, but they have feminist rhetoric in a way, right?
Mm.
We can't talk to them. Okay, they won't hear us to get shit done. Pearl can. She did. She made a splash.
She
We
made a
need people.
splash on YouTube.
She- you
You're saying that she can be
no,
effective in the
listen,
political state?
listen to me. Listen to me.
Okay.
She was on prime. She was actually on mainstream TV. Vice is mainstream.
I've seen Paris Milan vote quoted in magazines. So don't believe that, and don't believe the impact of this stuff. Like, it ain't just YouTube. You're not paying attention, Kevin. If that's not, she's
In
been
other
further than just YouTube.
in other words, mainstream media, Vice TV, talk with a bunch of feminists. That wasn't a black woman. Okay, white women would not listen to a black woman saying that shit. They will
Now
listen.
remember what Kevin did, off of YouTube, and what the impact that he had. People are listening. Even Jason Black said a lot of people listen to folks that don't say nothing. You'd be surprised. Again, but what I'm hearing the way y'all are even receiving this is y'all are receiving this like I'm telling you to get on some chick's knee and then just let her do it because you can't handle it. And really, we got to get out of that. It's not about, like, even when I said with Cynthia G, as far as how can you trust her, you can trust that people are going to do what's in their
What they're
best
gonna
interest.
do? And yeah,
And when you can predict what they're going to do, then there's as they said in the Matrix, there's an element of control. What I said is the pro-blacks are black men, but the problem with a lot of them on YouTube is they're too gynocratic. They don't want to acknowledge that women are a bigger problem. They want to play the alpha your way through it, and the women are just going to change. When Cynthia G did,
the real pro-blacks know that who controls the money. They do.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm talking about the YouTube folks. When Cynthia G
They're not
did what she
pro-black.
did,
They claim they're pro-black.
cool. What I'm saying is the folks that lean that way, when Cynthia G did what she did, that gave a lot of dudes pause that might not have got pause, because that was a serious betrayal. So you respond to me by saying, can you trust her? You don't. I'm not saying that's not what I'm saying. These are tools. And you got to recognize who can actually move your position. It's not about being buddy with somebody. It's not about shaking their hand. That's not what that's about. It's about being able to move these tides and these waves in your position. Because I'm sorry, y'all.
I understand what you're saying. Bro.
Black
But I'm
men are
saying
6% of the population.
Go ahead. I understand what you're saying, but what?
I understand what you're saying. However, because we had the movements like, back in the day, civil rights movement, you had people like Dr. King who were, they were saying like, yeah, I will work with white people. You had people like Malcolm X who said, I will work with y'all, but y'all can't join the movement. However, every time that's happened, there's always been infiltrations. So I'm like, we can sit up here and play games and make it sound good for YouTube, but in the real world, that's not going down. Like Kev said, we don't need them. We don't need Pearl to advocate for you to get laws changed. And if that's the case, sir, you good with numbers. What was the percentage, I would ask, of white women that advocated for black men during like interracial marriages or something? And if the number is high, I mean, do we need a number like that to do what you guys are saying?
They didn't advocate for interracial marriage. That was actually put upon them by the Supreme Court. They didn't advocate for it.
So then we don't need white women to advocate for us to get laws passed.
Okay, so my question. So let me ask you this then. And this is not an argument of do you need white women or don't you need white women. Do you know what the paternity fraud rate is in the United States for black men? And let me tell you.
It's kind of high. I wouldn't know the exact numbers.
So let me define that just so we can be clear. We're talking about black men that are unknowingly raising children they believe that are theirs that are not theirs. Okay, it's about 40%. It's only 50, only like 40 something percent of black men even have children. And by the way, that does bleed into a lot of black men that are married too. So my point is, I'm not. This is not an argument. The problem is, you all have this idea that you can testosterone your way out of your situation. Let me be very clear with you, sir. If you could do that, you would have done that by now. You are 6% of the population. I'm not telling you you need white women, but the reality is, the way these laws are not just targeting black men. These laws are targeting the system is about to fail. Like these are even shout out to SWP, the videos he's doing when he's talking about white dudes. He's not saying I need to buddy up with white men, but he will acknowledge there are certain things that as a baseline, like for instance, paternity fraud, because white dudes have that problem too. Paternity fraud, then yeah, we can all agree on. This is not about being family and kumbaya. And see, the problem is you got a lot of dudes that have this ego trip. You don't need to go over there and then like let other stuff go. But on those simple points, that stuff can matter. So the question is, you have to understand, how do you influence awareness in this country? And whether it's white women, you got to, people, no matter who does what, there's coalitions that's put together. White women did not become a minority on their own. They use other things in order to make that shit happen. And the reality is, what this is telling me is how politically sophisticated a lot of this is why black folks tend to vote Democrat all the goddamn time, because they play on your emotions and then y'all just go with that and then nothing changes. This is, by the way, this is how black women will go with the feminists. Think about it. I say this, sir. I say nobody has ever taken more from the black woman than the white woman. Nobody kisses the ass of the white woman more than the black woman. Black women always get the empty bag, but they're always the first ones to push feminism. Now, yeah, they want. So why do you think that is? Because they're emotional as hell.
They've been brainwashed.
That too, yes. And so the thing is, what I'm trying to tell you, you keep on wanting to hold it on. We don't need white women, as if white women are our real problem. White women are not our real problem, dude. Like if anything, it would be white men. So but all of a sudden, white women are this like thing that needs to be defeated or some shit like that. At the end of the day, where we're going right now, a lot of people are going to be out here holding it. And so we got to be smarter than that if you really want to make stuff happen. Because truth be told, I can alpha my way through the shit easily. I ain't got no kids. So all these boys that can't read and write, they going to be locked the fuck up, or they going to go in the military.
Or they're going to be homeless and starve.
Exactly. Like that's not my problem. As far as my own immediate family, my 3 brothers, we're good. If any of my brothers have kids, trust me, they got 2 uncles. Any one of them got 2 uncles, and all of us got money. My mom is good. My aunt is good. And even though technically, so my aunt got a daughter. My aunt got.
What about
go ahead.
What about the part that some may feel that she's
Theo
made
is the
so
key
much.
word, but go ahead.
She's made so much money off the backs of blacks, right? Some people might
what?
say that.
So what?
And I understand. I mean, they do it all the time. I'm just saying this is what some people have been saying, right? So maybe that's the reason why they feel that we don't need her, or we shouldn't have the need to feel like we can use her. Does that make sense?
Well, then prove that you actually take her place. Then we'll welcome you.
People had it. People had it.
You just said Kendra is booming 100,000. We could back Kendra.
Is she at $1 million?
No, but it doesn't take much. Black people help.
Oh,
We just help
really?
fund it.
Oh, okay.
If we help do that for Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, then we could do it for Kendra. Or maybe I'm just naive. Maybe it's just me.
No. Tell me how. Explain it to me.
So here's the thing.
That's what I want to hear. Explain it to me.
Here's the thing, fellas. It's not that I'm more so looking at it from a whole black men need to improve ourselves more collectively than we have, and not have to so much rely on other groups of people, because like it or not, like, and I can boil what I'm talking to down to the individual. Growing up, I witnessed too much BS. And the fact of the matter is that if we can't, as blacks, get together on these kinds of things, and then we have truly given up. It's like having to go to someone, and Edward is a little right when I say this. It kind of hurts me in it kind of hurts me in the pride a little bit to
Well,
have to go
And
to
that's your
someone.
problem. Well,
no,
like
no,
this
no,
is
no, no,
this is
hold on.
Machiavellian, yo. Y'all,
Edward,
go ahead.
how did King get civil rights passed? Through whom? Who did he talk to?
He
Who
had
did he
to
talk
talk
to?
to talk to some people that weren't black.
It's
Because
called it's called President Johnson.
Well, yeah, he get President Johnson, and President Johnson had he did that out of fear of uprising. He did that out of fear of uprising because so many peaceful demonstrators
That,
were getting
not,
attacked.
not true. Not true.
Now, how's
I
it?
mean, like, and that's when I'm like, yo,
Ed,
like
Ed, Ed,
the
Ed, Ed,
elders
Ed, Ed,
hour.
Ed, Ed,
Uh-huh.
Ed, Ed, can I please answer that? Unless you know the answer.
Well, I want to.
You can answer it the quick way. So yeah.
Okay. In other words, guess who? They have to prove to the world that they're fit to lead, right? Because they took over the world after World War II. Who's their rivals? Soviet Union, right? King was on TV saying they mistreat the black folks. They told the whole world that, right? Go look at. You ever watch the movie Selma?
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of it.
See the whole thing. It's actually a master class on how they actually did civil rights. It got it passed. They put
Yeah, because the Soviet Union was using that as a method of
that's right.
it was a geopolitical, it was starting to become a geopolitical problem, which is why they at first tried to send blacks out there to say everything was good, and
Yeah.
then they realized they had to do more than that. That's why you start having your jazz musicians travel for the first time, and they come back and talk about we get treated good, and they realized they had to raise the baseline, and then they had the wiggamaroo of this is where white women ran that play and black women basically did it. Which, by the way, on another front, people keep on talking about Crimson Cure. Y'all got, like, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna be very clear here. I just want to be very clear here. Y'all not going nowhere. If y'all niggas can't stop, and I'm talking about anybody that needs to hear this. If y'all can't stop feeling your way through this shit
Yeah,
and
it's not going
almost
nowhere.
completely divorce emotion out of it, y'all might as well. Y'all are already on somebody's knee and you don't even fucking know it. Because the reality is, when we talk about Kendra, there is not, look, none of these women are completely like 100%. Some of them are in the 90s, none of them 100%, number one. And number two, because a lot of y'all know what y'all think y'all know. But even when you look at all these black women, this is what kills me. You got women calling for the death of black male babies. You got Nyla talking about post-birth abortions. You got women talking about bullet bags on Twitter. Yet emotionally, people lost their mind with that BS. You got dudes that like, one thing I've critiqued O'Shea on is I said, O'Shea, you'll say that Kendra's got some good points, even after she called for the death of black male babies. But everybody wants to lose their mind on the 6 or 5-year-old zillennial that said some goofy stuff about slavery that, quite frankly, I've seen a lot of younger people their age say the same goofy shit.
You know what she said? And I'm actually going to do a video on that. You know where she got that from? Dick Gregory.
They don't want to hear that because they want to feel their way through it.
Dick Gregory.
And so the thing is,
huh?
Difference between Dick Gregory and Just Pearly Things.
They're black. One's black, one's white. Information is information, right?
Yeah, info is info. I agree with that.
And that's what happens when you feel your way through it.
Anyway, you know what?
Feel my way through it. Like,
you know what?
Well, what I'm saying, that's what I mean. We've been here long enough that we can. It's degrees to it, but you can tell. And again, people don't even like Anton said some goofy shit under O'Shea's thing. Like, BGS, can you say what Anton said? Because you were really annoyed by this shit.
Was I?
Yeah, you said Anton said, this all, you gonna like this, Kev. Anton Anton Daniels said that this all started because the black manosphere brought women into the space.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's yeah. They had nothing but women on their panels.
Now this nigga is the nigga that the closest other than Obsidian, and she was on Lapeef before Obsidian.
Yeah,
that's but see, nobody's saying nothing about that. See, that gets to ride, but and so when people that make this argument about that, they're not even targeting the right people. Target Pearl, but what about the other stuff around it too? The cloud chasing. By the way, let's take it off the white shit. Charleston, what
White.
Charleston, what you know his name?
White was
White.
it? Yeah.
I've Preach brought up the fact that how he talked about the R word and how he would do that to somebody's daughters and alluded that he might have. Now that's one point. Now I know for a fact there's a lot of content creators that know he said it. You know how I know? Because Simple played that video when he roasted him before he passed. And I know a lot of people that's connected to Simple and they would have heard that. But see, now people will start playing like they didn't know that, even though they did reactions and put on his videos and acted like, yeah, he's making some good points. This is the game that a lot of people like to play. So
Yeah, but you
ultimately,
just said if the women are not 100% correct, this should be applied to the men. So Charleston White is never 100% correct.
but
He
the
says
point is,
outlandish stuff. He
You
says
know what
yeah,
we're gonna do for
outlandish
you,
stuff,
APGV?
but he can still be used
We're gonna
because he's
we're gonna
been
actually
saying
put
some
we're
stuff
gonna
that
put you in
needs
a
to be
position.
said.
We can put you in a position to actually do this kind of stuff. See
yeah,
what you
Charleston White is being used. Charleston White, but the Charleston White is doing what he's doing on his own. But when you put your name on certain stuff, like if you're putting your name on somebody that's saying that, that's going to shut down the
we're gonna put
conversation.
you in a position, APTV. See how you like it.
Let me read this super chat real
We're gonna
quick.
pump you up and see what
Let
you
me
say.
read the super chat real quick.
Okay.
D Scott, appreciate it. D Scott's up here right now. I'm gonna let him get the floor. Uh, he said BGS and Hurricane Tax. Much love, Kev. I appreciate it.
We're gonna put you start putting you guys in a position. See how you guys actually do this kind of stuff.
Mm.
Start shotgunning you guys.
Yeah,
Because
because
I'm
what's
tired.
gonna,
Because
yeah,
I'm tired. You guys think this stuff is easy. I'm tired.
yeah,
Put
because
you in
I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen, BGS. What's gonna happen? It was already happening. People gonna start doing them. MTR will do them. O'Shea will do them, and then they're gonna pretend like they doing something when in reality they're not doing shit. They just doing what's in their best interest. They
But
making
that's
their
what
money
these
and let
bad
you.
people like Pearl are doing. Did you not hear the thing with Obsidian with Super Sly was up there? He asked some great questions, and those were some of the questions he's asking her, and she couldn't answer it because she wasn't being honest. And this is the stuff that those people do. Not trying to sound racist here. I'm just trying to be honest from my world. From this is what I've seen and read. You know, I've read the ISIS papers with Francis Quest Wilson. Dr. Francis Quest Wilson says it's not like it's garbage or it's so outdated. We're in 2023. We got so much information now. No, it's nothing new under the sun.
That's
They the
not
same
what
people.
that's what nobody like. You keep saying so why don't you go? Why don't you leave? But
Nobody's
either
saying
that or
leave. You
you've
can
all. Oh
still
no,
you
if
can
that either
still
that or
use
you've
them. You
already
can still use them. But
either that you are
Pearl
already
is not it.
accepting.
Pearl is not the
I'm
one.
not saying see.
You can use
I
other white people.
started,
She's not
dude.
it.
Dude, I
That
started this conversation saying it didn't matter. You the one that can't let that go.
no, I'm saying that's what the people are saying. She's not it.
Well, you're an avatar for quote unquote the people. But when you look at what the
I
but
mean, if that's what you want to say.
well, when you because here's the thing. Again, because I already know what that is with Pearl. Like I'm gonna tell you right now, because the reality is, understand that nobody was talking about her in this space until Jason Black brought her up, and Jason Black sat on that interview for 3 weeks. Jason Black lost the channel. If Jason Black would have been at like 300, 400,000 subscribers, you wouldn't hear Jason Black saying nothing. Just like how Jason Black, I said Tommy Sotomayor wasn't it. That didn't
That's
stop people from
false. That's
still rocking
false.
with him.
Ty City. A lot of people was going in on her, bro. That's false.
Going in what you're not hearing what I can tell you're not hearing what I'm saying. Like you're really like hearing what you're saying and waiting to respond. I said that Tommy Sotomayor was you're talking. I said Jason Black. I'm not talking about what Ramil and Ty City are talking about the grooming thing. Because truth be told, they were hating on Kevin too. Like way before Kevin really blew up. You know, so understand it. So what we're gonna put Kevin in that same position too?
But it's always gonna be haters, Ed. You got
So now
haters.
it's always gonna be haters.
That's
So
black. That's a black
when are the
thing.
haters right and
That's
when
a
are they
black
not
thing.
right?
That's a black thing. I mean, that's a
Okay,
black
no,
thing.
it's not just a black thing, but
Yeah,
understand,
white
Dr.
people
Clark.
do it too.
Hold on, Dr. Clark. I don't hate.
That's a
I don't hate.
humanity thing.
No, it's not. It's not. Everybody doesn't hate like that. That's that you see y'all accepted that. Dr. Clark Anderson said that a while ago that black people are gonna be a permanent underclass. We don't get this shit together. We've beyond crossed that Rubicon. So it's really like this. You got folks that understand and folks that want to be emotional. Y'all can be emotional while stuff shifts around y'all. And I ain't talking about you. I don't know what situation you in. You probably good. I'm talking about the majority of folks. Folks want to be emotional because that's what feel good. That can feel that's cool. You keep on saying Pearl ain't it. We're not talking just about Pearl. Because a lot of dudes will say none of these women are it. Black men need to pull ourselves and do everything on their own politically. Well, you need to show me an example when black men have actually affected change 100% on their own. Last time I checked, we're 6% of the population.
So why aren't we admitting that needs to change?
What needs to change?
The collective thought of black men.
How do you do that?
Nobody never said they did.
No. I heard this for like 40 years. How do you do that?
How do you shoot? Same way. How do you change black men for the better collectively?
Yes. And convince them of that. Convince
them the same way we're trying to convince everybody else.
It has not worked for the last 50 years. How do you do that?
Okay, then okay, so you're saying that it hasn't worked trying to convince black men. So
it hasn't. How long are you trying to do that?
And if we're more solid and if we're more mentally stable and solid than black women, then how do we convince black women?
That's a good question.
Yeah. So how do you do that?
How do we?
I'm at you. You saying?
I mean, you don't want to brought that up.
You're saying it. How do you do it?
You're saying that it hasn't worked for black men for the last 50 years.
Yes.
I mean, that's about the same amount of time as for the women, and the women supposedly are worse off mentally than we are.
So how do you?
So if we have this difficulty talking to black men, how's it going to be much easier talking to black men?
You haven't answered my question. How do you do it? You said it needs to be done. How do you do it?
It needs to be done. It's not an easy answer to find.
No. You got to give me an answer. How do you do it? That works.
Okay, let me give me a chance to think.
The issue is when dudes say that becomes like that bridge to nowhere in order to, that's like a universal counter argument. Mm-hmm. The reality is there is no consciousness that black men this is gonna be magical. If you get 100 black men on point, you still gonna need votes from other people to get stuff changed. I don't know why y'all acting like
how many people
I agree. So I think the answer is you don't. I think the answer is you don't, to be honest. I mean you do the work like you. Yeah, I mean, you do the work. I mean, like he's saying, you get that small percentage, that the numbers that you need, and then you work with that. I mean, others may come along. I mean, I guess that would be the best way to go about it. Work with others outside of your race. I'm sorry.
Hey, PT, didn't we just say that? I thought we've been saying it.
I gotta go.
I'm saying it's not easy to just push the message just based off one person. We just making Pearl as the example. That's what it seems.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Kevin didn't come out of nowhere. There's a lot of people, like Kevin wouldn't. You wouldn't have Kevin if it wasn't for BGS. You wouldn't have Kevin. Kevin still be talking. If that was Kevin, look, I was subscribing to Kevin before he had 40,000 subs. He was talking about sales of cologne. Okay. And Kevin came on our panels in the Coliseum and around. It wasn't just the Coliseum. I can still find you some of these Google Hangouts that are still floating around where I was on there, Kevin was on there. There's even outside of BGS's Coliseum. Mm-hmm. The last thing, so and same thing with SWP and then before it. SWP came, they established the stuff. Yeah, Tommy was there, blah, blah, blah. And then that got messed up. People picked it up and then remade it into something that was a lot more solid. And, that culminated into Kevin. And then now you're dealing with the aftermath of that where people can't deny it anymore like they used to. So these things have steps. But the last thing I'm going to say before and I'm bouncing, you keep saying not her. First of all, it's not your choice. And you know why it's not your choice? Because the black people that listen to her are those black Brits. And contrary to popular belief, it ain't really none of African Americans' fucking business what they're doing over there. Just like how they have limits on saying we're similar and ain't none of that are their business what we're doing. So when you have people like King Riches, and look, we butted heads, but I like him for the most part. The King Riches have worked very hard, consistently trying to create his channel, right? And workouts and all of that. And here's this American chick, white chick from Chicago, that's 6 foot, and he's sitting and they're giving him a studio and stuff. So he's supposed to say no because how the fuck you feel about slavery when they were colonized? They're not going to give a good goddamn. And that's their mentality on it. That is who's powering her. That's one element. The other element, and if people want to forget this, and it doesn't matter what Super Sly said, honestly, because the truth is nothing.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
I'm gonna tell you why. Because she didn't have to
people
talk
said the
to.
same thing about Kanye West.
She did
he's
not
with
have
Trump.
to. Hold on.
He's with Candace. He's with Nick Fuentes. So
Dude, stop. She did not have to talk to Sidian in the first place. And people forget her first video. This is what she said went viral off of conservatives. So everybody has this idea that it's like a 70 or 60 or even 50% black people that powers her channel. I wish she would just go ahead and release her demographics so y'all can be relieved of that delusion. And so that way, when y'all understand that the majority of black people are not watching her channel, y'all have no say on what she does. Look, Fresh and Fit.
Who's on the show, bro? Hold on.
People,
show?
The best. It's not just black people on her show.
They're British.
It's not just black people. And by the way, it's black. No, it's not black people. It's black
British, dude. So
they're not gonna care what you think. And also, the best shot that was taken. The best shot that was taken when you look at Fresh and Fit, you had a channel that was 3 times their size in Auburn Preach on top of O'Shea that kicked them out of the manosphere. They took a nuke and they basically got to where they are. If they got a loyal audience, it really ain't not a goddamn thing you can do outside of lobbying YouTube. And good luck, because most of them fucking folks that work for YouTube, including that goddamn CEO, look just like her ass. So I'm done with that, but appreciate it. Nice to be here. I'll come a little bit more often.
All right, Ed. I appreciate you coming through, man. I appreciate anybody that comes through. But we got D. Scott and Ian Graves up here. I'm sure they want to get in. They didn't come up here for nothing. So what's going on?
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
First, then Ian Graves.
What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm gonna go ahead and let Ian go ahead and go because I know he's got a lot to say on this one.
Yeah, man. I think the issue what we're not looking at, because a lot of people say that slavery is a sensitive topic, but the Black manosphere has already gone over what the real issue is regarding slavery. It isn't about the legacy. It isn't about our history being misconstrued. It's the fact that we were bred as in breeding farms. That's the most detrimental aspect of what slavery is, but it never gets talked about, right? The numbers of slaves who came over here were the numbers. That's fine, right? We could survive that, right? We could survive slavery. We could not survive the fact that we were bred into the position that we in from a social standpoint, where we are bottom up, where our women are dominating the men. That's the most shameful and hurtful aspect that Black men are not discussing when they get in their fucking feelings about this shit, right?
Hmm.
Mm.
Hmm. Yo, one thing I do want to say in regards to this whole Pearl thing, it just seems like a big nothing burger for the most part. That's her opinion. Honestly, to be real with you, I have kids, all right? I have teenagers. They really, honestly, my son and I had the exact same conversation a few years ago, and I had to really, really go into the history of slavery, Jim Crow, and everything else that did happen after that, and as far as integration and segregation, integration, and how we got here. So she really doesn't sound too different from how a lot of these younger individuals sound right now. You know what I mean? So, but to be completely honest with you, this whole people following her, this and the third, and everything. Honestly, I think that's more of a like Ed had mentioned earlier. Whatnot? It's more like the Black Brits. That's one. Two. No, I really don't see the sense of really giving a fuck about somebody you're not fucking. That shit really just doesn't really never really made a lot of sense to me, because I can't see how what she's doing or saying is how's that really impacting your day-to-day life.
My thing is that this is supposed to be the black manosphere, right?
Yeah.
And men are supposed to depend on the work that they do, right? Oh yeah, the legacy, our legacy and our image is important, but most important is what we do in the actual building that we do as black men. And I think a lot of these guys are relying too much because they're coming from this gynocentric point of view. Women rely more on image because they can't build shit, right? So the image and the social image is the most important thing. Oh, well, how do people see slavery? Who gives a fuck how you see slavery? We're men, right? As men, we can build from any standpoint in any position. If we're not under the thumb of the fucking gynarchy, we can build from the fucking ground up because we do it every fucking generation, every time. But we can't continue to do it with our women who are the ones that actually are destroying every move and every stride that we're making. So it's not about slavery. It's the fact that men are not dealing with the fact that our women are dominating us. That is the real fucking issue. And they're scapegoating this slavery shit. Oh, because of the fact is they're too much of a fucking pussy to deal with the fact that our women are dominating us.
I disagree with that. I disagree with the slavery thing. You know, I'm on the side of like someone like a Kanye West would say, you know, slavery didn't exist, especially to the extent that they say it has. You know, they 2 million people over trafficking and slave boats. They have no proof of none of this stuff. That's for one.
But
number two, real quick. Number two, real quick, to say that if we're being defeated by our women or we're in competition, I disagree with that too.
Why?
How?
Because it's all based off an illusion. You know, you talking about this? These are the same people who control the 9 areas or constructs of white supremacy. So when they talk about sex, they control that aspect. So they control this whole fuss about a so-called gender war. They control the narrative about a race war. And you niggas just sit up, excuse my language. You guys just sit up here and you just keep promoting and perpetuating this and sounding so.
I need you to prove
what?
Sir.
Prove what?
Prove it.
About slavery?
What you just said. Yeah. Prove it.
About slavery?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have to prove anything. People got to do the research for themselves. There's brothers like Dane Calloway out there. There's brothers like Karimo. There's Tariq Nasheed. There's a lot of information out there.
We already have.
So I don't have to prove nothing. It's up for you to go up there and do the information yourself.
So one question I do have for you is that do you think
you got the information, sir? I was just alluding to what that brother was just saying.
Already have.
I know you have. I was alluding to what that brother said. I know you have the wisdom.
Oh, so you guys sing aloud? Okay. Go ahead.
Question.
Go ahead.
So, brother, are you arguing that slavery didn't occur?
No, I'm not arguing nothing. I believe a lot of people feel that way. The evidence is out there. Not to the extent that they say it has.
What do you think?
Numbers.
Hold on. Let's not.
You know how many countries is it? You know how many countries is in Africa?
Let's not be. First of all, we're not talking about Africa, bro. We're talking about.
You talking about slavery?
No, but we're talking specifically about the question of slavery in the continental United States. We're not in any position to debate slavery as a concept throughout all of human history. So what we're talking about we're talking about slavery within the continental United States over the last 400 years. So are you arguing that it did not occur? Is that what you're arguing?
I'm saying to the extent that they say have occurred, no. Most of the people were already here, called Native Americans.
Okay, you come from that angle.
No, hold on. You say to the extent that they said it occurred. So what do you mean by the extent, and who are they?
The people who tell you, who give you history, which is called his story. So these are the people who write write the history and tell you that Christopher Columbus came here. You know the narrative. You
He didn't.
guys know how it go.
Okay,
They have
you
documents. They have
you
documents,
appear to
sir.
be
Contracts.
so
Okay.
so you appear to
Contracts.
be a agnostic
Definitely
towards
was
any
contracts.
sort
You're
of
right about that.
Okay,
so
man.
basically you're kind of questioning any sort of
It's so funny. Y'all
reporting.
be laughing like I don't know what's so funny. Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry.
Really? Come on, man.
So you're basically questioning all of any sort of recorded history. That's what you appear to be doing, right?
Yes, all of these so-called documents can be challenged. It can be refuted. You know.
Okay. So if that's the case, then what are we to rely on in terms of human history or information? If nothing is credible, which you appear to be arguing that nothing is credible, then how can we feasibly operate as people when we're just supposed to not believe anything? How do you operate in that particular world where we just can't believe anything? How do you operate?
Well, I mean, that's a great question. I don't have all the answers, but I mean, when you speak on belief, you know, that's something different. You feel what I'm saying? So,
but I'm not talking.
I think that people
belief.
have to. You just asked me that, sir. So
belief is a choice. I'm saying that okay, we can't believe this information. We can't believe that information. We can't.
Yeah,
believe
you have
this
to know.
book.
You have to know that. You
So,
have to know what works.
but
What's tangible
But what
evidence?
are
You have to
knowing?
know what works.
What's the basis of what you're knowing if you cannot support it at all based on anything other than
How can you not support it off anything where, like you just said, you know, some of the stuff that these people are saying, majority of it rather, that's coming from them, they distort the information. They distort the information. So
how do I know which stuff is good? You say some of the you use the phrase some of the stuff. So okay, which some of the stuff is good and which some of the stuff is bad? How do we know that? How do we validate it? I mean, if we can't believe it, or we shouldn't believe anything, or we must question everything, then how do you reasonably operate in a world in which you basically cannot rely on any book,
I'm
any
saying
information?
comparative study, yes, but at the same time,
But
you have to go off experience and what people
study.
Experience
How
what?
do I know which study is
20 years ago.
credible and which study is not credible? What am I comparing? If I can't trust this study, or I can't trust that study, or I can't trust the third study, then what am I comparing? How do I make a comparison when I can't trust any of the information, any of the sources of information?
I'm not saying all of it. I'm saying it's a nice bit chunk of it that's pretty much is whitewashed.
No, it wasn't.
Okay, what's been whitewashed?
No, it's not.
No, hold
Again,
on.
that's the problem.
What's been whitewashed, and how do you know what has been whitewashed and what has not been whitewashed?
Okay, for example, like you said, we was touching on slavery, right? So they would tell you how these people came here, you know, Christopher Columbus, he came here, they went to Charlestown and they landed in these places, or Jamestown, or wherever, you know what I'm saying? Wherever area you want to, whatever area you want to.
That's a Columbus.
That's not in any credible recounting of history, what you just said. That's not in any book anywhere. It's just not. It's not. I'm sorry.
Columbus didn't come here to VA, bro. Trust me.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He didn't.
You know,
I
Damn.
no, he
mean,
didn't.
to the Americas.
That just did not happen.
I'm just using that as an example.
But
You
why
see what
are
I'm
you
saying?
using
Eh,
So
it?
if you
eh,
want,
See,
if you want to
you're
name any
you're
one of your,
questioning.
if you want to name any one of your white historical, you know what I'm saying, your people
eh,
that y'all revere, then go ahead
eh,
and quote
eh, eh,
me. You
eh,
know what I'm saying,
eh,
and
eh,
correct me
AP,
if I'm
eh,
wrong.
AP,
I'm just
AP,
using it
eh,
as an example. When they
AP,
say these people
AP,
landed here, right? They say that these people
AP,
here.
AP. Get on a plane, go to Ghana, and go visit all those slave forts on the coast. Okay, let them tell you. Don't believe white people. Go let the Africans tell you about it. They know. It's been passed down. It's been written down and passed down. Go let them tell you.
I'm not a historian.
Look,
I
I'm
mean,
Don't
just.
I
have to
went.
be.
I
You
went
don't
to
have to
well,
be.
listen.
at
You
some
don't have
point,
to be.
brother, if you're going to question the legitimacy of the sort of the common information, then with all due respect, you got to put in some work, bro. You know, it's one thing to be suspicious of the quality of information as is being presented, but you're being grossly intellectually lazy and dishonest with what you're presenting
I
here.
feel that you
But
guys are being
because
disingenuous.
we can all pull anything out of our ass. We can question the legitimacy of everything. We can question the legitimacy of gravity, you know. But if you're not gonna actually do any kind of work
So
to
what work have
really
the people
validate,
have some of you guys done that talk about it, not saying you guys in particular, but some men or whatever, women that may have this theory about flat earth, are they scientists? No. So
They
you
haven't proven
can't
it either.
challenge the information. You can't have an opinion on it. That's what you're saying? We just have to believe what they say
if you're gonna
because it's in a
argue,
book.
if you're
Come
gonna
on, sir.
argue the Earth is flat, no, I'm saying if you're gonna argue the Earth is flat,
Got to
you
prove
That's
it.
you
not my
should be
theory. I'm
able.
just saying.
No, no,
You brought it up.
I'm
You brought it up.
you brought it up, bruh.
I'm using it
I
as
mean,
an
you bring
example.
your
I'm
stuff
just saying
up.
Get
You,
I'm saying that's not
A
my
A A
viewpoint on
A
it.
P
So I don't
A
want you
P
to put it
A
on me. But
A
go ahead.
P
I'm
A
sorry.
P A P. Get on a plane. Okay, go to Ghana. Go to Nigeria. Go to Togo. Go visit the forts. Let them tell you what happened. Okay, let them tell you. Go take a tour. They'll tell you what happened. Go take a tour. Show you the forts. Show you the change. Show you the feces on the impacted on the floors where they
So
kept them.
those wasn't
Where they washed.
those you said earlier about contracts, sir. What weren't those contracts?
AP, listen to me again. Don't believe us? Go look at the physical evidence, the forts.
Indentured servitude wasn't that? That's
No,
what
no,
that is.
AP,
Contracts, right?
AP,
They
AP.
had
Stop,
prisons in Africa,
stop
so
pushing
they
the
sent
narrative.
those people
No,
over here.
all right.
go.
I think with
But there were
all due
Okay,
people. There were
respect,
people already
okay.
here.
Oh,
we need to.
AP.
This
Okay,
is.
man.
I mean, we're never going to get out of
No, no.
this.
Let's get it. Move
Nope.
on. Move on. Move on. Goalposts will keep
we need to
moving.
move
Will keep
on,
moving.
man.
Yeah, they'll keep moving.
Yeah, we need to
I,
move on.
I was
Yeah.
actually at a couple of forts over there in Ghana. I saw the forts. I saw the cannons. I saw what white people built to transport slaves. Okay, the door of no return. Go walk through it and see what you say. Don't believe me? Go there. You're not gonna believe us or the books. Go there and see for yourself.
Mm. Hey, we got Snake Man up here and Chaos
And
Rain.
Snake Man's from Nigeria.
So Snake Man would probably be good for something like this. But Chaos Rain also, what's up, man?
Let Chaos speak. He is better than that.
Yeah. Chaos is not paying attention. Go ahead, Snake Man.
Yeah.
What's good,
So,
man?
Well,
okay,
what's up,
then
Chaos?
Chaos, do you want to speak on it or should I speak on it?
You start.
Okay. Okay, I start. I'm not real. I'm not really really deep into it because there are more important things in my life than slavery. But for me, I have sometimes discussion with those people, and I always ask them, okay, let's cut out the evidence that is in Africa, the history, and let's cut out the white people what they say in the history. When you say they were Aborigine in America, which area do they occupy? What was their language, or was their language group? Which culture did you practice?
Talking to AP.
You talking to me? I couldn't really hear what he was saying. He's kind
Speak
of
up a
low.
little bit. Speak up a little
Yeah,
bit.
I'm sorry, my mic. Basically, which area did the Aborigines claim or did they live? Which language or which language groups did they speak? Which culture did they practice? I mean, culture, I mean religion, society structure, all the good jababs.
That's a great question. I mean, there's different cultures, so I couldn't sit here and name every one. I'm pretty sure from what different information that's out there, you can say they have this new DVD out right now with the brother got out where he's talking about the Maroons and stuff like that, and they came from Jamaica and they came over here. So you can still tie a lot of those names into a lot of the Native American tribes and stuff like that. So as far as language, I wouldn't know exactly what would be the closest or similar language to something in Africa. I wouldn't know, but I'm just saying, like, as a reference point, something like that would be, I would think so, if someone's interested in that kind of information, that's where you would probably want to look.
The Maroons from Jamaica, okay.
That ain't jiving, man. That ain't
No,
jiving.
it ain't. Yeah.
I thought the Maroons were a group of enslaved Jamaicans who were able to get free
Hmm.
and were able to separate themselves from the slaves and from the slave masters in Jamaica.
It,
That's
it
what I
depends.
thought the Maroons.
It depends which Maroons you're talking about. The
Exactly, because
Maroons.
they say the Maroons have heritage tied to the Moors, and everybody know the Moors. When the Moors got kicked out of Spain, they went all over the place. They went to France, they went to Jamaica, they went to the Americas. They was everywhere. So to the fact that what I'm saying, we people try to run from that argument. That this is who the people are. You see what
But
I'm saying?
hold on,
It's
hold
just
on, hold on, AP.
you
Do you
know.
know what Aborigine means? Aborigine doesn't mean migrated. To, migrated, say, into recent history.
No, 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 not at all. You're right. But
Aborigine
when you
means
say
they were the
Aboriginal,
first.
you talking about the first. You talking about the original man that came. Even if you want to say Africa, is the birthplace of humanity. You want to say that, right? The first man traveled. That doesn't mean everybody that's technically that comes after that man is from Africa. You see what I'm saying? It does. That just
No,
doesn't
no, you
make
don't
sense.
understand. I don't talk about that. Aborigine means the
You
first
from that
man.
land. From that
No,
land.
Yeah,
no.
you from
Yeah, but
you from
it's also.
you from Earth. You from the app.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
they say. Like back
Uh,
then, when you
Okay,
talking about
let
the
me
all right.
let me
Asiatic
Good
say.
night,
No,
black
no,
fellas.
no,
man, the
no,
Good
Asiatic
night,
black
fellas.
man. That's what they were talking about. So if you want
good,
to
good
understand,
night.
that's
No,
what I
no,
learned from that.
the Aborigine means that they are the first humans that arrived here before other humans arrived here.
That's what I just
And
said.
so,
Right,
yeah, but
correct.
the problem is you brought up the Moors. The first humans arrived in America. Europe was under ice sheets. There was not such thing as a European continent.
That's correct.
So how did the Moors be the Aborigines? When the Moors were legendary for their conquest of Spain, who is in Europe.
No, actually, they go a little bit further than that. But I mean, that's another argument. You feel what I'm saying? To go in, if you're going, we've always been that. So I mean, if you want to talk about in Kemet, they had the Moors were in Kemet, just different names. You feel what I'm saying?
No, 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 no.
But basically, you use Moor as a synonym for black people, dark skinned people. Are you using that? Not a specific ethnic group who spoke a specific language and had a specific culture.
Yes, yes, yes. Pretty much, yes.
Okay, then it makes a little bit more sense. But my problem is, do your Aboriginal people didn't have their own names that was not given by an outsider because Moor is Spanish for and it means black.
Facts.
Correct, correct,
Facts.
correct. and we ran Spain.
Nah, but the problem is this evidence bit that see you can't believe shit, right? And everything that you know about black people are the names, right? And the descriptions given by fucking white people. What he's asking is what do you know for yourself from your own people where you can verify who you were to say that this is what it is and this wasn't, because you still depending on white people. Even for this Moorish shit, you depending on white people, on what white people are saying and the names that they're using.
No, I'm not depending on them for nothing. This is who the
But you
people
keep
were. You
using
want to
the
call them?
name Moor, bro. He just
They
said
were
it.
called
He just
Berbers.
said it. You keep
They
using the
were
name
called
Moor that
Berbers.
comes from Spain.
They were called
You keep saying
Huguenots.
Moor.
They were called Huguenots.
Jesus
It were
Christ.
many names. There were many names,
We're
bro.
not talking about the names that were given to them. What do you know of your own, on your own volition, of
Yeah,
your
I
own
just wanted
people?
to say, Berbers and also said were Romans. There were Romans and Greek names. Yeah, Caesar himself called them Amasik. It's a Afro-Asiatic language. Like if you go to say to such region and say, you are Berber, so would punch you in the mouth. Trust me, as an African, I know that. Don't call them Berbers. Don't call these people Berbers.
Yeah,
There were two types of Berbers, though.
Jesus Christ. You still arguing with information that you just said cannot be verified because it's other people that are writing this shit
I'm only talking about it because the brother asked me a question, sir.
I'm not talking about why
He's
you're
asking me
talking about it.
questions
I'm talking about
about that
the
aspect, so that's
language.
why we're having a
I'm not
conversation.
okay.
Frankly, I don't care about. I don't
You're
believe in that
repeating
stuff, so
you're
it
repeating
doesn't matter
yourself.
to me.
I'm not That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that the verbiage you're using is still coming from the white people that you saying that you cannot trust. But so what I'm saying is you're trying to argue, you're trying to say the things that we know based on what on so-called white European history and instruction cannot be verified. But then you're arguing against us with what white people are saying with shit that can't be fucking verified.
No, this is you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm just telling you that this is what they know. So basically, it's nothing about we're saying, oh, everything that they write we can't trust. Some of the stuff we already know because this is what we taught them.
Okay,
You see what
can
I'm
I give
saying?
an
This stuff is
example?
when they burn down libraries and they say the Vatican has all of these books at the bottom and stuff like that. What do you think? This is all our stuff.
Okay, can I give an
They
example?
didn't invent. They didn't invent nothing.
Hold on, can I give an example what
The
I mean?
chaos. I'm sorry. Go
Can
ahead, bro.
because I'm not actually arguing with you. I just try to understand you. Like, white people gave us the name Nigerian. We are not Nigerian. I am from the Igbo tribe in the Igbo land, speaking an Igbo language. I don't want to dry snitch on myself, and I don't say now it's a dialect I'm speaking. I just say it's near of Benin. It's a dialect I'm speaking.
Just like I've heard most people that they say from your continent, they don't call it Africa neither. Correct?
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking you. Can you give me an example of those Aborigines in America, their names, something that is not based on the European language? Something.
Okay, well you can start with something like what's the race that they say Abraham Lincoln was allegedly a part of. Those people were already here. The Melungeon tribe. These are people who were already here.
All right. Let me call this super chat out. Appreciate it, Lionel Player One. He said, "Niggas, what?" All right, but thanks for the support. Anyway,
Are you familiar with the Melungeon people?
I can say I'm
No,
not.
I know I'm not.
I learn it. I learn new stuff every day in this space.
No, I'm not. If you want, if the people of this panel want to go through that, I will ask you who were the Melanchons, where did they live, and what makes them so different from the other Indo, let us say Indian tribes.
Yeah, but you still have to get to is this one small particular group, right? Are they the ones who fed into what became the millions of slaves when when the census was done, right, and taken, right, when it went from, 700,000 or whatever of slaves, and then it ballooned to 4 million, right? You're talking about breeding farms. You're talking about, and that's documented that they
I,
that
I mean, he can
breeding
be
stuff.
like I'm sorry, he can be like we have sometimes argument with the local Egyptians that are now here that they technically are descendants of the ancient Egyptian, but most of the DNA doesn't come from that place because it came from invaders. So yes, he could make the argument that technically every African American has a descendant that is an Aborigine, but that is not the majority of the DNA.
Right, and yeah, and even if you look at the DNA, so there's too much evidence to refute and to be going in circles just about this, just because you just want to be a contrarian. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Yo, what was the original topic of the show?
You only get one chance to screw up, black man.
All right, cool.
This is basically started around Johnathan Majors being accused of assault. Um, I made this title up last night. Since then, Jonathan Majors' lawyer said that the woman has recanted her statement, but there are people that are still simply trying to bury him. What I'm trying to make black men aware of is that how you move in this current environment really makes a difference.
Hmm.
You
Yo,
know,
she really recanted the statement?
yeah, she recanted.
Get the fuck out of here, yo.
She recanted. There's supposedly videotaped video evidence that shows that he was the victim. He was the one being attacked.
Wow.
Wow, so
There,
crisp.
there are there are several witnesses that have submitted statements proving his innocence.
Wow.
He
So you
he
got
already lost so much already.
Mm.
get the fuck
Well,
out of here.
and here you say you only have one chance to make a mistake, but I mean, in this case, what mistake did he make other than just being black?
Being black, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much,
I
yeah.
mean, shit. They can't wait to fuck a brother up. That was my point. They can't wait to fuck a brother up, and this man starts rising really, really fast, and he already getting accused of some shit. They already trying to take the dude out.
Damn.
This should be a message to black men. That's all I'm saying.
And
Hmm.
you can't win for losing, because this the one nigga who was talking
but
about
Kevin,
hold on, he was
what's
saying
the
that masculinity was fluid and shit. So this would be
Hmm.
the one
Hey,
nigga that
hold
they would
on.
give a pass to.
but
Hold on, hold on.
what's the message?
Let me let Rogue be up here. Rogue Life B, what's up?
Hmm.
Oh man, what's going on with y'all? Just checking in. I just want to add a little 2 cents onto what old boy was saying. I kind of agree with what he was saying, the last caller, about blacks being in Europe and so-called, I'm gonna say so-called blacks being in the Americas too. And it's a lot more complex than I think he even realized himself. You know what I mean? But I can't go as far as to discredit the slave trade, because there was millions of people traded around the world. You know what I mean? But at the same time, there were tribes in the Americas that were black, and there were tribes that was reclassified as black also. You know what I'm saying? So he had said the Melungeons, you could say like the Algonquin tribes back east, the Shinnecock tribe. You know what I mean? So there's a few tribes back east that are actually, that were reclassified from, you could say, Native American to black and back and forth. So, that's all I wanted to add.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I can't go as far as to deny the slave trade, because for a fact that it was millions of blacks brought from, West Africa into the Americas. So I have to think that he was a little bit missing.
Right. I appreciate that, bro. Also, you have some tribes like they call it the Lenape. I think it's the Lenape tribe. That's another tribe that was here as well.
But the point is just naming out. But here's the problem, though. You're just naming out names, but you can't give a continuity of how they became the black people that now currently inhabit the cities of the in the slums of New York and Chicago. You feel what I'm saying?
I'm saying that I agree. I agree now partially, but so now I think part of it is self-hate, right? And then part of it is Black Americans trying to find themselves, right? Whether it's through Islam, whether it's through calling yourself a Moor, whether it's through Judaism or calling yourself a Jew or a Hebrew, right? And I think it's kind of along the same lines because certain documents that actually say there were certain people that were actually reclassified. So there are bits of pieces of truth on both sides. You know what I mean? But I can't go as far as to say that all Black Americans are Native Americans. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? You can't go that far. You know, but there are. I think you can go as far as to say it's a small percentage of people whose grandmother was Cherokee and or Seminole. You know what I mean? But a lot of that shit was lost in them trading Black slaves also. So Native Americans sold slaves too.
But you know, brothers, what you guys need to do, you guys need to listen to BGS a little more because BGS already did a show where he describes how Mexico, for one, right? Mexico, they were able to make a delineation between slaves from Africa, right, and the indigenous population, right? Because they said the indigenous population was not as sturdy a workforce as the Africans that came over. So eventually, you know, and this is not even just in America. This is this is slavery in Mexico. These what the Mexicans were saying. The goddamn self. They saying, "Yo, man, these indigenous motherfuckers, they can't hack it. We need more of these fucking Africans who are able to carry more of the workload." So we're not. We're not shooting in the fucking dark here.
No, I agree. I agree wholeheartedly. You know what I mean? Because one was called Negros de Tierra, Blacks of the Land, and the other one was like Blacks of the Boat or Blacks from Across the Sea. So I agree with you wholeheartedly 100%. And they did bring in Africans after the Native American tribes died off. So, and then that's partially part of it too, is they don't talk about the first couple hundred years of the slave trade. You know what I mean? Like it just come in here and they wiped out all the Native Americans and they wiped them out and enslaved them at the same time.
Yeah, because I mean the majority of them, the majority of them died from the fucking plague and shit. You know what I'm saying? What are we talking about?
Yeah. I agree. But so now once again, there were when he was talking. He said something about the Jews and the Moors, right? And that actually happened in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. And those same people ended up, like you said, in Jamaica, the Barbados, etc. And he brought up the Huguenots, right? And the Huguenots are actually Sephardic Moors from Spain that were exiled and came into France. They ended up in Louisiana during the Louisiana Purchase. You know what I mean? And so, like, it's a lot more history that we're not told. I can't go as far, like I said, I just can't go as far as to say all Blacks are Native Americans. I will go as far as to say history is a lot more complex than we can give it credit for.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. But when we address our problems as Black people, right? It's not a question of Aboriginal or not. You know what I'm saying? That discussion doesn't help us. You know what I'm saying? To understand how it is we became this matriarchal group that we are, right? That matriarchal group, again, when you go into the breeding farms, we were bred into having this upside down fucking culture where the women are on top and the men are on the fucking bottom. I mean, that's just basic to the fucking fundamental problem.
Nah, I agree. Just the whole structure that we live under now, the matriarchal system comes out of slavery. You know what I mean? Well, I heard him talking earlier before where the Black women actually did the dealing with the white men. They never dealt with Black males. You know what I mean? So I'm like, yeah. And then, but the first couple hundred years of the slave trade also, it was mostly men. And they brought the women in later.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, like you say, slavery is a lot more complex than we give it credit for. And there were millions upon millions of Blacks, Africans brought from West Coast Africa to the Americas. And it actually happened. You know what I mean? So a lot of it, like I said, I believe it just, a lot of it's self-hate. A lot of it is just trying to attach ourselves to different shit. You know what I mean? But at the same time, there was an erasure of dark Native Americans in the Americas, but they probably were Native Americans, and some probably did mix into Black American culture. But you can't go as far as to say Black Americans are Native Americans.
Yeah, and if we're going to be honest, the majority of those dark skinned blacks, they became part of the white population. That was part of the breeding plan. They bred into the larger white.
All right. All right, let me read this super chat real quick. This from Bad Black Gamer. It says, so Majors accuser gets no prosecution for tarnishing this dude's career. That's usually how the cookie crumbles in that. But that has not been decided yet. So I guess we'll see. But usually when you hear those cases, how does that turn out? Yeah, and fellas, this is a great discussion. But you got to bring it to an end. Yeah, unfortunately. So anybody that's got anything else to get out, go ahead and do it now.
I was just going to ask: is it safe to say that situation would be regarded as like a Me Too movement situation for that brother,
Johnathan Majors?
Nah.
Yeah.
No, it's not Me Too. She didn't wait 5-6 years to say something about it. Yeah, this was a fight that happened between the two, and it was being said that he was the one that was the aggressor at first, but now that there's video evidence, I mean, it depends on the limitations for Me Too. You could say it's kind of a Me Too, since everybody just believed her and not him.
Yeah, that's why I say that. But I appreciate it, fellas. Y'all have a good night, man.
All right,
Peace.
ACTV.
All right, brother.
This is a cultural issue more than a Me Too. You know what I'm saying?
So it's a cultural issue.
Yeah. Where our women are have this bitter, against
I don't think it's a cultural issue. I think it's a legal issue. I think for a few decades now, men have collectively given too much ground legally on these issues, and on the domestic issues, on the sexual assault and rape issues. I mean, there's been a continual giving of ground, just like across the board, and that there's an accusation. There is, this woman feels a certain type of way or whatever, and everybody gives ground, and the men have not realized that this has been mostly a power grab. When that woman made that accusation against Majors, she knows the world we're in legally. She knows she can hit him and threaten him and etc. whatever, and create a scenario in which, while he tries to defend himself, he is perceived to be the assailant. And when the police arrive, she knows that he's going to be arrested and she's going to be protected. That's a legal issue. That's not a cultural issue. That's a legal environment that enables the misbehavior of women against men. And any man can be in that situation, and whether, whatever the race of the woman, that's coincidental now, because she could have been a black woman or a Latino woman or whatever, and he still would be in trouble, because the system basically says that if there's any sort of so-called encounter, the man by default is the assailant and the women are by default the victim. That's a legal issue.
So
and that's got to be remedied. The race don't matter. Race don't matter. If she were black, the police would respond the same way, because she's female, he's male. that's what they have been trained and required to do. And this has become a legal matter, and it must be. I think there's gonna have to be some sort of high level judicial decisions made to reverse some of the status quo on these issues. Because until that happens, we all are two ex-girlfriends away from being ruined. Really, all of us. Two old girlfriends you have get together and accuse you of doing something. You're done. It don't matter what the truth is. It don't matter what really happened. And even if you're like exonerated in court, you're still ruined in terms of your reputation, in terms of your employment and business prospects. Even if you're exonerated, you're still ruined. This is a legal issue that men have got to collectively, this has gone too far, and it's going to take some high level judicial, I believe, court decisions to reverse this trend that has been going on for several decades now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think we need like at least 2 more white boys to get Johnny Depp before they actually start doing anything. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
And he went through hell or high water to prove his case.
Well,
Absolutely.
And how much money did Johnny Depp spend just to exonerate himself?
Jesus.
How much did he spend?
I have no clue. Millions.
And how much did he lose?
Oh,
How much did he lose prior to that?
God.
damn.
Yeah. He appeared to lose 9 figures. He appeared to lose 9 figures. So, like I say, it's gone too far, and it's going to require men saying, we got to move beyond this, where if a woman accuses a man of something, everything defaults towards ruining that man. You got to change that, because if you don't, we're all a successful, get your thing going. I don't think it's coincidental that this happens while Johnathan Majors is on the top of the world right now. I don't think that's a coincidence. I would think that's very timely for that particular woman. It could be jealousy. He's on top of the world. He's in this movie. He's in that movie. He's in whatever. Everywhere you go, he's the creme de la creme. I don't think it's coincidental that now all of a sudden, I believe probably because of jealousy or because of some demands probably are being made for him, and he's declining those demands, where now, since he's got things going, it's probably like, well, she probably wants to secure the bag, if you will. And he probably say no. And then, stuff, things and accusations go back and forth. And then somebody gets emotional. And then, folks start grabbing each other. The woman starts grabbing and, whatever. And he protects himself. And he's a big, strong type dude. So, and she's a white woman. So if he puts his hands on her in any kind of way, it's going to show.
Hey, the question
is mostly just defensive on his part.
Hey, the question is he gonna get back together with her? That's the number one question.
I mean, if he does get back together with him, he's just a damn fool.
Yeah. But, whatever happens to him after that is his fault.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's just a damn fool. Yeah. But that don't mean it won't happen. But even that don't mean it won't happen with the next one.
And who's to say this ain't the first time?
That's how easy it is for you to be ruined.
Who's to say this ain't the first time this ain't happened anyway? That's how the shit goes anyway. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's never the first time.
but like I say, you won't really address the problem until you push back, because the current system is that when there's an accusation, you're pretty much guilty until, well, guilty, because I don't think you're ever really proven innocent once you've been labeled guilty. So like I say, maybe if you're Johnny Depp and can spend $30 million defending yourself, then maybe you can reclaim some part of your reputation, maybe.
Well,
but if you're not that dude, then you're pretty much done.
yeah. He supposedly has, it's supposed to be a bunch of evidence to exonerate him, but really in the eyes of everyone, will he truly be exonerated? As long as it stays in the court of public opinion, just based on the fact that he's standing in the picture with her, that makes him guilty to the majority of
that
us.
part right there, that part right there, that's gonna, because a lot of people are gonna feel a certain type of way.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, the only people who are not gonna feel a certain type of way about that picture are gonna be other black men. Everybody else gonna be feeling a certain type of way about this.
Because you got
black women, white people, whatever. They
got these slow tips.
So it don't really matter.
You got these slow tips that will sit up there and say, well, he's a coon for choosing her, and then you have these women's that say it's not my fight. And it all at the end of the day equates to I'm too scared to fight for what's ours. Period.
I mean, we saw what happened with Michael Irvin, where they basically destroyed him on a 1 minute, based on some 1 minute encounter with some random hotel staffer. And they ruined him. In that one instant, they ruined him. That's how precarious this whole thing is. And we men, black men included, we've allowed this environment to evolve where like I said, you if y'all got two bad ex-girlfriends, if they get together on your ass, you are fucked.
Yeah.
You are fucked. If you got two ex-girlfriends that get together, they sync up their lives, you done.
And let me add to that. Kevin Samuel's ex-wife just wrote a book about him.
There you go. There you go. So now his reputation, his history, because there's nothing he's not here to refute. So he's at his legacy is at the tender mercies of what is in that woman's book, regardless of how truthful it is.
And then you got all of these bitter people out here who hate the fact that he became successful off YouTube, along with the sensitive demographic of people who didn't like what the man said. They're just and once when people don't like you, they will believe anything negative said about you, even if it's fucking impossible. Like this man they could say stuff like this man turns into a hog and oinks at the moon at midnight every fucking night. And people will believe that shit because they don't like the person. So yeah, Kevin Samuels has little to no chance when it comes to people's opinion at this point. I mean, in fact,
I mean,
he's like gone, he's dead. Yeah, but
the lesson to learn there is you better continue to live. You better outlive your enemies.
Yeah, pretty much.
You never do. You never do. You never do.
Yeah,
you never do.
Bad black gamer says, wait, so KSX trying to get paid off his image? The nerve. Let me tell you something. Johnny Cochran wife threw him under the bus.
Yeah. they always do.
No black man dies clean. No black man dies clean.
No, not at all.
It is very lucrative to destroy the legacy of a black man, especially one who's dead, and can't defend himself. We saw Oprah tried to pull that with Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very lucrative thing.
Gail King
You know?
pulled it with Kobe.
Absolutely.
Exactly. Same thing. Same thing. It's a very lucrative and a very popular thing. And except for black men, everybody else wants it, including many black women. It's like everybody else wants to feast on the rotting flesh of a dead black man. So I mean, it's not even really. It's very predictable. Very predictable. It's almost like any highly reputable, famous black man. Once he dies, people start looking for what did he do wrong, or what did we think he did wrong, and why we now need to remember that about him more than anything else. And like
MLK was a good man, but he still cheated on his wife. That type shit.
Exactly. Same thing. You know, MLK. Now, the thing we have to remember about MLK is that he supposedly was a philanderer.
Yeah.
You know? So that's what they do.
Yeah. They also say that black men supported the civil rights movement to have access to white women, which
there you
is
go.
stupid shit.
Or the Harriet Tubman movie where the black slave catcher wants to catch Harriet Tubman so he can use the bounty money to have sex with white women. I mean,
yeah, you want to get the right hoe.
It's insane. You know, but it's pretty predictable. Unfortunately, it's pretty predictable.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen. Any more last words? Because I'm gonna say what I gotta say, and
That's all I got. Thanks for having me, Kevin.
Good night, everybody.
You're always welcome.
Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate it.
The only thing I wanted to say about Johnathan Majors is stop slipping up, brother. God damn. He reminds me of the Nigerian who went into Saudi Arabia, made the millions, and wondered why he got hung. Stop slipping. Be always cautious. Peace.
Yeah, Snake Man, very short and very sweet and to the point. Yeah. Black men, like no matter what level you're trying to reach, you always got to be careful how you move. There's always somebody trying to take you out. Who was that quarterback recently? Deshaun Watson. I mean, it's serious out here. D. Scott. What's up?
Hey.
Any final words?
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. I'll have to add on to what Snake Man said. Yeah, definitely protect yourself, protect your seed. Only fuck with people who fuck with you, for real. I mean, that's really all it comes back to. So, y'all take it easy and peace.
All right, D. Scott. Thanks again once again for appearing, brother. Chaos Reign.
What's good, man? I would say it's not really much of a big deal right now. I mean, I seen it popped up. It's probably good to cover it, maybe. But since I'm noticing certain black celebrities, male specific, are getting constantly looked more and being constantly, being attacked by saying they're engaged in physical acts towards women, they're going to start showing actual evidence. Now, I can't really waste my time covering this. It has to be something really extreme for me to invest in it because too much he say, she say.
Yeah.
And it's not enough for me to really do it personally. I mean, I'm just keeping real. I mean, and think about it, John Majors just now started to catapult. Now, I don't like the images of him and engaged in these weirdo pictures, but like I said, that's a part of Hollywood, unfortunately. That's the life. See, people don't understand. You have to play the game to get a certain rise in that type of arena. And some men, the modern men today, they're gonna bow. They're not like Denzel or anybody old fashioned. If you were born in a certain era, if you're not like an earliest 80s baby or down, most likely you're gonna be one of them type of people, unfortunately. And I'm
Yeah,
starting to notice this more and more.
yeah,
Because if you think about Kev, we see a lot of black actors. We don't see them do these things that's very questionable sexually. You get
yeah.
me? These are these new generation ones. That's why when he made his comments on, I don't know if it's a Breakfast Club or something about masculinity, I said, sir, you don't have no way of defining this thing we call masculine because your view of masculine is not what everybody else sees masculine, unfortunately. And regardless who said that's cool, actual men, we know the deal. You get me? So, and
Mm.
my this is the same type of men they will use say this is the modern actual heterosexual black man, and unfortunately, it's not really person. But
Mm.
that's it. You know.
Yeah, I agree with your what you're trying to say about these weirdo types trying to redefine masculinity as if it's a bad thing, that's something that needs to be softened up or whatever. Yeah, so I do agree with you on that.
Mhm.
But the point is that my thing is about Jonathan Majors was the second that black people heard anything negative about him, we was all ready to throw all it. Maybe not people like me. I was
Mhm.
saying innocent until proven guilty, and now they're saying there's a bunch of evidence that's about to come out that will exonerate him. That will exonerate. I think it has to get to the point of being in court, but that will clear him of these accusations. And it's just I kind of get the point and say, "Ha ha! I told you, innocent until proven guilty." Because like once you're a major name, if you're not careful, they go after your neck, and all they really do is look for a payoff.
Yeah.
You know,
A big
but
payoff because think about it. He's getting now multi-million dollars deals right now. I think one time they said one particular brand, I forgot what it was, got to step away and drop them. But we all know
the
people
army,
in people
the
in Marvel are already fully invested in this man because he
oh yeah,
is trenched to the Marvel series in regards to Kang Dynasty because they got set up the next Avengers. They can't drop him now. You crazy?
I mean, if what he did was heinous enough, they can drop him. But the fact of the matter is, I'm glad that they didn't. They decided to wait a little bit to move on him, just to see what kind of evidence comes out.
Mhm.
Because trust me and believe, if there were no witnesses, there were no video evidence, as they say, and they even say she recanted her statement. If there was none of that, this brother would be gone. He would be an afterthought. He we would have known Jonathan Majors as a guy that, starred in a couple good films, but because of what he did or supposedly did, he would have been cast out. And really none of us would have really cared about it at the end of the day. This is why, and this is why I will continue to say that the presence for black man media needs to be promoted and needs to be on a much stronger foundation than what it already is like when I start to say stuff like let's start implementing some things and let's put our heads together and put some ideas up, as you can see tonight and as you can see from the kind of person that I claim to be, I don't have all the damn answers. I don't have all the answers.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I don't try to pretend to be something that I'm not, or pretend that the situation doesn't require some type of I don't know, putting our foot down as black men,
Yeah.
because the situation is getting more dire. Like I said, we're to the point where the car is sputtering right now, and it's about to go down. It's
Mhm.
about to go out. So
Mhm.
we need to do something
Okay.
for real, for real. Shout out to Lord Juno. Thanks for coming in. But look,
Mhm.
I'm about to dip. I gotta go. Time
Mhm.
to chase the money. So I thank every panelist for visiting up here, making this a good show, making this a better show. Yeah, it really, when even if we don't agree as black men, we always have the opportunity to put our heads together and come up with some ideas and quite possibly come up with some solutions as well. And I know that a lot of people don't want to hear that right now as far as what's going on in this space, but
Yeah.
You know, what I'm saying is some of y'all might be panicking a little bit too much. So, so anyway, this space still has value to it. It can carry some very powerful messages, but at the end of the day, my whole point is not when it's all said and done, it's not going to be black women who decide this. It's not going to be. It's going to be us. We just got to have the nut sack to do it. So just for us, stop speaking from such a defeated position. Is just that's just what it is for me. And not to say that anybody tonight in particular did such, but if there's some habits that we need to get out of, I would say that is definitely one of them. So anyway, I appreciate all the intellect that was shared tonight, all of the life experience. Of course, like I said before, and I say it again, I don't know everything. I can always stand to gain from someone who steps on this panel, which has been consistently what I've been saying forever and ever. So yeah, man, I'm glad that we're dealing with some intellect in this space, and I do appreciate what Mr. said earlier. He said he likes a space where people can just talk and converse, not the whole pull up, catch a flight bullshit. Because I don't promote that here. I try to promote peacefulness among the brothers, even if we don't agree. So I know to some of you guys out there, that might be a little boring or whatever, but I don't know. Boring is much safer than stupidity. So that's kind of how I see it. But anyway, man, Johnathan Majors, man, look, I still wish him nothing but the best of luck. I do not want him to go the way of Nate Parker or even Kevin Samuels, because Kevin Samuels is dead. So basically, take care of your health, gentlemen, out there, and don't just do whatever in the best interest of the brothers, because we sure as fuck need it. So anyway, that's it for now. I thank you all for joining me here on this broadcast tonight. I also thank the new subs that could have been due to my video being shared, this broadcast being shared by the Roger Report Live and BGS Sipmore. Thank those two for their support. And I'm out. This is Kev. This is Black Men Being Brutally Honest. Long live the habitual line steppers. Oh yeah, Greg, thank you for the Cash App. Really appreciate it. In Kev, we trust. And I will say it once again: when you don't give up, you win. Peace out.
propaganda you're spitting, quote unquote, is bad, or let's say you see
what up, Chaos Rain?
You wouldn't
we off there?
You would just take it down.
Hey, what?
We're still on the air. We're still on the air.
Oh, we are.